ఆడియో జమ్ జమ్ నెలకు స్లోగా
It's an honor to call the State AP Medical Educators Association President, Dr. Devi Madhavi Madam, to please come on to the dais. Good morning. Now I request Dr. Animesh Jain, Professor of Community Medicine, our resource faculty, to please come on to the dais. I request Dr. Nachiket Shankar, Professor of Medical Education and Anatomy from St. John's Medical College, one of our resource faculty. Now, other dignitaries to please proceed for the lamp lighting and prayer song. I request other dignitaries and the elders who are in the delegates like Dr. Padmaraj, Dr. Ramarao sir, Dr. Mohan Rao sir, to please come for the lamp lighting. Dr. Ravi Venkatachalam sir, please come for lamp lighting. Dr. Nasimha sir, Nasimha sir, Madhvi. Join for the photo.
please come. Please join.
Now I call upon our principal ma'am, Dr. Lakshmi Lata ma'am, to speak a few words.
So very good morning to everyone and a very warm welcome. So we are really privileged to conduct this conference at Tech. So before we actually begin the workshop, we should really thank Dr. Nachiket and Dr. Nimesh. As soon as we asked, they have readily agreed and they gave us many ideas. We really wanted to make the workshop spicy, to be very frank, because medical education itself is not very palatable to many of the people. They think that it's not needed, it's not our subject, why do we need it at all? Nothing can be made attractive except for the credit hours. Nowadays even credit hours are not attractive. So what else? We have to do something very spicy so that people will start understanding medical education is very, very important. Okay, there are, I don't think, I should not point out this point, but then it's very common that it's not being really, it's an orphan, I should say. It doesn't have a mother, only a stepmother's love is shown. So we thought we have to make it spicy, we have to choose it in such a way that everybody should really like it and should understand, at least should get them interest, what is it. So that's how we tried. And so when we have sent the title and all to Dr. Nachiket and Dr. Animesh, they were like encouraging us a lot. And I should also thank Dr. Ravi Venkatachalam sir. Right from the beginning, he was always with us and he was giving us many advices. And Dr. Madhuri, who is the president of the state APMEA. So many people, I think if I start mentioning, there are many people who really supported us. And very importantly, our management. When we first told them that we are going to conduct this conference, they said, whatever is best for the teachers, whatever is best for the students, you please do it. Don't bother. We are there to support you. So that is the encouragement we got from our management, and we are very thankful to our management. And so here we are now. So when we thought we should really make it spicy and modern and novel and something big, then the two names we got into our mind is Dr. Nachiket and Dr. Animesh. I should really say that. And so they have really supported us, and now here we are with the two themes of the workshop. And then, so that's how we are going to start today. So I won't take much time. And again, I extend my warm welcome to each and every one of the delegates who is present here. Hope you will have a feast here, academic feast and a professional feast too. Okay, so thank you and for being here on this special day for all of us. And then let's, I think, begin. I request her. Now I request Dr. Ashok Reddy sir to speak a few words.
Thank you, madam. Good morning and welcome you. I welcome you all. Usually in other conferences we say welcome all the delegates, but here I have to welcome all the faculty. You are all the faculty.
Medical educators. Medical educators, sir.
Medical educators, sir. But still they are all facilities. Faculty teaching. And basically it's a faculty development program, that's what I understand. And madam said we want to make it spicy. Yeah, if you are passionate, it automatically it is a spicy thing. Once you develop a passion, anyway, this conference will inspire you and make you passionate and see that the medical education is absolutely, because in the era of artificial intelligence, that's what the theme of the conference. Absolutely, there is a changing, lot of changing trend. Gone are those days where we have a blackboard and a chalk piece. Now it's not like that. Everything is changing, and our approach is student-centric approach. Rather than you can't demand, you have to understand what student wants and integrate your teaching with basing on the needs of the student and design a curriculum basing on the needs of the students. Understand the student and make it a student-centric approach. Hopefully, the faculty and other people will interact better. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Sudhi sir to speak a few words.
Respected principal,
medical superintendent, and all our guests of today's program, and our observer, and all the senior faculty and all the delegates. Good morning and hearty welcome to this workshop on behalf of and I extend my welcome on behalf of the Aditya Education Society, which is the sponsoring society of this education institution, and Dr. Srimati Rajasri Pulneni conveys her best wishes to all of you. The education always changes. It will never be static. And medical education is no exception. And I find that 2 or 3 factors that really influencing the medical education in the present day. The changing scenario. What is this changing scenario? One is the evolving technologies. Making the subject easily understandable, or difficult things easily understandable to the students. And second one, the student changing the student behavior. Student is becoming slowly casual, is not becoming serious. So that changing behavior, because of so many things available with them, so many gadgets, so many resources available, they are becoming slowly casual. That is a changing behavior in the student. And another invisible factor is the parental behavior. There is a change in the parental behavior. The present day generation of parents and their way of supporting the students is entirely different from the way our parents look at us when sending us for the education institution. All these 3 things influencing the medical education today. So we need to evolve our teaching methodologies. We need to evolve our attitudes towards the people who are the stakeholders in the total medical education. We need to evolve things. So there is a need to have continuous seminars, continuous education in the medical education. It is no more an unimportant thing. It is as important as anatomy, as important as like that all other subjects is is gaining its importance. So one should realize the senior faculty will not be able to adjust for the new change, but the upcoming teachers should take up these opportunities and upgrade them, evolve into the new scenario where you need to change yourself and you need to change the other stakeholders, students and parents like that. So we need to look into the newer aspects of the medical education, not the only conventional things. So I think this sort of workshops, this sort of conferences will help us to upgrade us, and I think all interested, the enthusiastic delegates will take this opportunity and present properly. And I thank once again our guest speakers for coming all the way from this faraway places to enrich us with their knowledge. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Nagendra Naidu, sir, to speak.
Respected dignitaries and faculty attending here, good morning to one and all. First, I would like to congratulate and thank organizing team for inviting eminent personality in the medical education for this workshop and conference. And I also request, I hope that all the faculty utilize this great opportunity and learn about the newer things in the medical education and try to implement your respective colleges. And I thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Now I request the President of APMEA, Dr. Devi Madhuri Madam, to address the gathering.
Dignitaries, on the days, of the days, senior faculty members and dear colleagues and the organizers. I'd like to first congratulate Great Eastern Medical School and Hospital for conducting this much needed conference and workshop. And truly, I'm looking forward for the spice. And Definitely, I could say like Dr. Nachiket is a well-known figure to all of us because we were all at St. John's, which was our Northern Center, and his sessions are delightful. And Dr. Animesh Jain's session, today's both workshops, they're so like apt and required. So self-directed learning, when CBME has dedicated hours for self-directed learning, when we are telling our faculty, our students need to be self-directed learners, I think there's a very good platform for the faculty here to get to know how to actually implement self-directed learning. And the second task, the second workshop, that is upgrading the skills of faculty using technology, is something I look forward to personally. And I hope that, I'm sure that these two are very wonderful sessions. I thank the organizers for choosing such wonderful speakers for today's program and wishing all the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Animesh Jain sir to speak a few words.
Thank you. Since I'll be talking in the afternoon, so I'll just take maybe 1 minute. So thank you so much for having us here, and it's a pleasure for me. I'm meeting Dr. Nachiket, who I have always looked up to and admired, and I've also met so many of the people who I have connected with during ACME. So thank you for giving us this platform and also giving me an opportunity to visit this part of the country, which I would have probably not been able to do that otherwise. So thank you so much. I look forward to interacting with you all. Thank you.
Dr. Nachiket sir, opening remarks please.
So, good morning everyone, and I second Dr. Animesh's words. So it's a privilege for me to be here at this medical college for this wonderful workshop and conference. And I thank the organizers and all the dignitaries here and my senior colleagues and faculty members here. And I'm sure we'll have wonderful interactions over the next couple of days. So thank you once again.
Thank you, dignitaries. Request all the dignitaries to take their seats in the audience, please, so that we can start our sessions.
కేబుల్ లాగి కేబుల్ తీసాను ఉండిపోను తీసేలే దాని మీద పోయిపోతారా.
Dear delegates, a few announcements. One is the first and foremost, please keep your mobiles on silent mode if possible. The second announcement is there is a YouTube link which is being created, live link which is going on. We are broadcasting live this workshop. Link is shared in the workshop group, so if you want to share it to others, you can do so. But no credit hours will be given to all the people who are watching on the YouTube link. Let me be very clear about that.
ఇక్కడ బెటర్ సార్.
SDL, self-directed learning. 2019 when we started CBME, this word is bombarded to all the faculty who are involved in making the timetable, curriculum. There are specific hours given by the MMC, and mark you, it's mandatory that we conduct SDLs. Even in the new regulations, some things are removed, but SDL remains. But when we come to the SDL session, including me, most of us, we know some of the things, but we are still having our apprehensions and doubts about how to go about conducting these SDL sessions. So when, as organizers, when we were thinking of what do we need to do for workshop, we realized that SDL is one of the key elements which have to be taught for all of us. And once we have logged on this topic, then when we were looking for the resource faculty, It was a unanimous decision, let me tell you, it's a unanimous decision to call Dr. Nachiket because we thought that he is a very apt person. Words we said like in the Kaun Banega Karorpati, we have just logged his name and we just told him, sir, you have to come and take this session. And sir has graciously agreed and there was no second thought about it. So now I hand over the session to Dr. Nachiket. Before that, Dr. Nachiket Shankar is a professor in the Department of Anatomy and Medical Education at St. John's Medical College, Bangalore, with a keen interest in medical education and research methodology. He is one of the coordinators of the Simulation Center and is an active member of Research Society and Department of Medical Education at St. John's. Sir also enjoys teaching music and sports and he is a very good facilitator. So without much ado, I now hand over the session to Dr. Nachiket to take over. And one more thing, we have whatever session Dr. Nachiket is dealing on, SDL, some of the soft copies which sir will be using, the material is posted in the workshop. Other handouts will be given for the hands-on experience. Those we'll give, but other material are provided in the WhatsApp group. Okay, please go through the WhatsApp group. Thank you. Wi-Fi which is password పెట్టండి Wi-Fi WhatsApp
Check. Okay, so good morning everyone, and
first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me for this workshop. And like I said, it's a pleasure and privilege for me to be here. And there are some very familiar faces around. So those of you who have come to St. John's for the advanced course, so it's a real pleasure to see all of you here. And like I said, I come here with great humility. We can all learn from each other, so I'm not the expert here. So my role will be to sort of, like I say, unlocking its potential is just to facilitate so that we can learn from each other. Okay, so that will be the approach for this workshop. It's not as if I'm the expert here telling you about SDL. We all are doing SDL throughout our lives. We've been doing SDL. Okay, so now we're giving it a name and we're giving it a structure. That's all. Right? So SDL is not a big thing. It's just a name that's given to something that we always do. So since we are running behind time and there are many faculty here, I thought we could have an introductory session, but I'll skip that. So just for us to get a general idea and for me to get a general idea, so how many of you are from this college? Can you please raise your hands? Okay, almost all the faculty are from GEMS. How many faculty are from other colleges? Yeah, there are faculty from other colleges as well. That's good to see. So I think the new NMC mandate, the term pre and paraclinical are bad words, so we won't call it pre and para. So phase 1 faculty, can you please raise your hands? Faculty from phase 1, Anat Physio Biochem. Okay, so that's, yeah. Faculty from phase 2. Yeah, thank you. And faculty from phase 3. So I saw someone raising both hands. Yeah, so okay. So we have a good mix of faculty, that's also great. And this is not, I'm not too keen on the designation and so on, but just so at the seniority, assistant professor level, can you please raise your hands, assistant professors? Okay, associate professors? Yes, and professors? Okay, so wonderful. I think the organizers have done a great job. So it's a wonderful mix of faculty members, young and relatively more experienced from different phases. So that's great. Okay, like we said, a few ground rules. So if we follow this, I'm sure the interactions will be better. So I guess we are all here. So it's just a small workshop. So we'll ensure that we come back on time whenever there is a break. Maybe we can be here throughout the sessions. If you can please put your cell phones on silent mode, that will be a good thing. And most important, please participate actively, okay? Because the success of the workshop depends on your active participation. I just want to confirm that everyone can hear me. Am I audible? Is the screen visible from there? Maybe this first row of lights can be switched on? Yeah, I think that's better. Better? Okay. Fine. Okay, so this is a cartoon that in a researcher's life, right? The evolution of intellectual freedom, right? So I'll give you half a minute. Okay, so here before the grad school, full of enthusiasm, I'm going to research whatever I want. The whole world is my sort of field for experimentation. After that, what does a graduate do? I'm going to research whatever my professor wants. After that, I'm going to research whatever my tenure committee wants. I'm going to research whatever my grant committee wants and see how they are aging. And I'm going to research whatever. And then research in peace. Okay. So I was thinking that even for self-directed learning, this is what happens to our students, right? They come all starry-eyed after 12th standard, right? They come into medical college and the self-directedness and all that keeps coming down and down and down and down. They come with a lot of dreams. By the time they come to the final year, they are, most of them, not all of them, I can't generalize, many of them are tired. They're interested in getting the PG seat and it doesn't end there. After PG super specialty, there doesn't seem to be any end to this sort of process, right? So
I think it's our role as faculty to kindle that enthusiasm and to retain that enthusiasm right through the MBBS course. Okay, so basically what we're going to look at is very simple. We're going to try and understand what and why of self-directed learning, right? Because there are a lot of misconceptions, and we'll try and clarify what exactly do we mean by self-directed learning. It's very important that all of us are on the same page. Why it's important is obvious, but I just spend a little time on that. And then we'll look at certain models, right? I think this is where medical education tends to get a little daunting for most faculty because there's a lot of jargon and models. But I think it's important for us to keep this in mind so that we understand it better. And then we're going to focus on the how, right? That's the major part of this workshop is the how. How to encourage the skills of self-directedness amongst our students. And finally, some challenges and solutions when you implement strategies for self-directed learning in a medical college setting. Okay, so this is what we are going to explore. So let's dive into it. Just want to know how much time. 12:45 we can go on. Is that okay? Yes. 12:45, and then we'll have that. So after that, we can have a break in between, depending upon how many in the audience are sleeping. We can have a break depending on that. Okay. So before we start, I said this is a very experienced group here. So maybe we can get a little bit of sharing from each of you, not each of you, but some of you, about your experiences with self-directed learning. So maybe we can start off with a little bit of sharing from your end. Do I look scary? No. Okay. So please, there's nothing, you can just your experience with that.
These students don't speak. Yeah.
Nowadays, I'm also known to be a very patient person.
Usually we start giving seminars as assignment in the self-directed learning and come back and we ask them to do the presentation.
Okay, so ma'am said the use of student seminars, you give them topics, they prepare and they present, and then some feedback is given. So that's some very nice way of involving students in their own learning. Any other? Please sit, sir.
In fact, a few years ago when this self-directed learning was brought by NMC, we were surprised. We don't know what to do. Then we learned a little bit how to implement with the student. After 1 or 2 years, as an experiment in my department now, the students are posted for 15 days, the critical course. The subject is so not do everything. What I did was, critical method Das is there.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
so those chapters, this date wise, you read and come. The faculty will interact with you, and finally they summarize. That's what the program. To my surprise, only 1 or 2 students actually participated. All of them are just like that, the same old fashioned came here, started listening only, not talking.
Okay, sir.
This how the students react to the program, but where went wrong, we don't know.
But it's a wonderful initiative by the department. I think we should give a big round of applause. We can only start with these small steps, right? We cannot expect it to be very successful at the beginning, but I think it's all of us, we need to make these small steps. Thank you, sir. Please.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, please sit down, sir.
Regarding sir, CBME, early 2019 we didn't know anything like this. So we had all the new terms. After that, when we came to, we joined ACMA. You are our mentor. Thanks for mentoring us, sir. And the words were new, but the procedure and all are same, sir. Like see, I'm being anesthesiologist, I post a case in the next OT, or I have a case in ICU. I'll ask the student to read about it and come. And he or she will read and brief me what they're going to do, how they're going to perform the anesthesia, or how they're going to treat the patient. So in that way, this is also one type of self-directed learning. From the ages, like when we were students, we used to learn like that. And it holds good, sir. The only thing is that the nomenclature has been different, but the procedure was the same, sir.
Absolutely. I think that's a very important point, sir. Thank you for bringing that. We're just giving it a particular structure.
It is difficult to implement at the whole batch.
Yes. Yes.
And the assessment of the effectiveness or outcome by the faculty post self-directed learning is pretty much difficult, what I think.
Yeah, absolutely. You actually served it. The two most difficult points, right, of self-directed learning are these two precisely, right? In a group of 150 students, how are we going to inculcate this the skills of self-directedness in amongst 150 students was such heterogeneous. So maybe we can discuss that. And second thing is, once we do that, how do we know whether the student has made progress in terms of self-directedness unless we assess? And it's so difficult to assess self-directedness. Very difficult. So I think two key points. So we'll discuss that, sir, during this workshop. I don't promise any solutions, but insights we can have. We can have a few insights. Okay, so thank you for that sharing. A little bit of history. Two prominent people are associated with the term self-directed learning, and one of them is Malcolm Knowles. Those of you who are in medical education will know this personality and person. Right? He's very famous for coining the term the adult learning principles, otherwise called andragogy, right, as opposed to pedagogy. So he's very famous for that, and he also defined the term self-directed learning, right? So we're going to be using his definition. This is in 1975 he coined this definition. So we'll be using this definition for self-directed learning. So he's a very important person. His life he spent in a college where they were not very high-performing students, right? So it was like a nice experiment for him to observe those students and see how they grew. So all of his theories came out of those experiences of his in this college. And the other person is Alan Tuff. He is a Canadian, and he also has done a lot of work on self-directed learning. So he worked on the so-called adult project, the projects, right? So all adults, all of us in this room, in fact every adult has learning projects through their life, right? So if I want to learn how to fix the light, I want to learn how the remote is not working in my TV, right? Those are small projects that we all have to do regardless of whether we are in a medical college or not. So he studied the processes that adults use in order to solve those problems, and he came up with the concept of self-directed learning. Okay, so let's start off with what? Let's start off with the definition. I'm going to take line by line what is defined by self-directed learning, and the key points are highlighted. So what is the key point there? Self-directed learning is a process. Very important, right? It's not a specific methodology, that you must keep in mind. Right? It's not a learning, it's not a specific methodology, it's a process. Self-directedness, learning is a process, it's more an attitude or a mindset. Okay, it's an attitude or mindset. What is highlighted there? The second word, initiative. Right? Like you said, sir, there were students who came to Ortho, you told them to read, you thought all of them will read, but only 1 out of 20 or 30 read. Right? So the other 29 did not take the initiative. So the key, another key term or key feature of self-directed learning is that initiative needs to be taken by the learner. Without that initiative, nothing will happen. So it's a process. Second is there has to be initiative on the side of the learner. Then, in order to do what? To identify what they need to learn. Right? In a house it's very easy, right? If the remote is not working, that's the diagnosis we need to make because we want to watch TV. I wish medical education was like that. Right? So we're not sure. Our students, they don't see the need to diagnose their own learning needs. Okay, so what do they need to learn? That's the diagnosis they need to make. So diagnose their own learning needs and That diagnosis then converts to formation of learning goals, right? In formulating goals, once the goal is there, what do you do? What do you do? Once you know that this is what I want to learn, this is my goal, I find resources in order to achieve that learning goal. So the key is resources. And once I find the resources, I need to know how to use those resources. Those are the learning strategies. And finally, like Sir said, I need to see whether the original goal has been achieved or not. For that, you need to look at learning outcomes. So I'll give you 1 minute, and please try and digest this definition, because it's very important. We're going to be using this definition and the steps. Is that okay? Any queries regarding this? Because it's very important that we are on the same page. All of us. There are many definitions of self-directed learning. This is the one that's most concrete, okay, that we can use on a daily basis. Is that okay? Shall we move on? Okay. So, the definition itself gives the steps. Can you tell me the steps? So, the first step in self-directed learning is? Okay, process. So you have to diagnose your learning need. So you need to identify a gap in your learning. Second, you need to convert that gap into a goal, and for that it's useful to ask a question. Right? Does this ring a bell? It's universal for almost all things. Whether you want to develop a curriculum, you have to ask this. If you have to do research, you have to do this. If you have to learn, you need to do this. Right? These are the essential steps in life. Right, in order to improve. Okay, you identify resources, and this, in the old days, like Sir was saying, we had very little except for our textbooks and our teachers. Now they have too much, right? So right from Facebook, Twitter, social media, you have websites, you have YouTube videos, etc. The innumerable resources. Now it's too much, so they need to identify amongst all those resources which ones to choose. Then they need to implement the learning strategies, evaluate learning outcomes, and across this, none of these will happen if there is no what is the key ingredient? Initiative. It's like the salt that you add, right? And that is motivation, right? And I feel that perhaps the biggest problem in our medical colleges is this motivation, right? Which is a very, very difficult thing, extremely difficult, because there are so many factors that contribute to a student being motivated or demotivated, right? Is that okay? Okay. So let's have a reflection and sharing. I'm sure in your own life, yesterday or in the past week, you would have done this. The 5 steps, you remember the 5 steps? Can we go through the 5 steps? Step 1. Identify your gap, the learning gap. 2, you identify a goal based on the gap by asking a question. Okay. 3, you identify the resources. 4, strategies to use those resources. 5, you evaluate. See that outcome. Very simple, right? So when was the last time, perhaps even today morning you did this, that you use these 5 steps in order to do something, to achieve some goal, learning goal, and what motivated you to do that? So I'll give you half a minute or a minute. Please think about it. Maybe we'll restrict it to your work. In your respective departments, when did you last use these 5 steps? And what motivated you to use the 5 steps? Mine was today morning when I was preparing for this workshop. I used these 5 steps. My motivation was I didn't want to look bad here, right? I need to look very wise in front of all of you. Yeah, please. Yeah, please speak into the mic.
What is the new organism which came today?
Your microbiology, right? Yes, yes.
So then we are going to have like for all these goals. So the goal is that whether this organism belongs to which type, like is it in a Hokai group or a Bachelor group. So that is what first and goal setting and all is like is it related to that particular area, like is it more in the prevalence of our hospital, or is it a new strain which have arrived like that? So
Yes.
and resources and all, then I will be searching for the new articles, whether post-COVID there are some other organisms which we are seeing newly or like that. And strategies and all, like we are going to identify like how many strategy means like is the same thing where we got previously or what, like since 10 days we are getting a new culture like this or like that, and we are going to send it to a resource area, like please identify this organism, and like that we are going to read about that particular topic, sir. So then we are going to release them.
Wonderful, ma'am. That's a wonderful example. And what motivates you to do that?
Patience, sir.
Absolutely. Wonderful. I think give ma'am a big round of applause. The one person who should motivate all our medical students is the patient. I think ma'am really, that's another very, very valuable point. If students can think of everything that they do is going to help a patient, then I think that will be a huge motivating factor. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Can I say something?
Please, sir. Please, sir.
Family adoption program.
Yes, sir. Please, sir. You can
Actually, it is a new strategy.
Yes.
To identify the gaps, goals, and also resources, methodology, and also the outcomes.
Yes, absolutely, sir.
So we can make a lot of things, lot of programs, lot of approaches, and a lot of new outcomes also.
Absolutely.
Which is useful for the people and especially for the outreach people.
Yes. I think, sir, another very, very good point that sir brought out is all these CBME components itself is a huge learning for us. So we may not know about it, so that itself is a gap for us. Then we try and learn about it. Then we try and implement it in our own setting. For that we need to devise certain strategies. We need to use our resources, and finally we need to evaluate whether it's working or not. So the same processes are followed. So thank you for bringing that.
Sir, this is not only for family adoption, but in the 6th sem, when we are 3rd sem, we are giving for the national programs. Also, it helps us in the field.
Okay.
In both the sectors, it will help.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay. Now we come to the next and perhaps the most important question in life is why. Right? We ask too little why and how questions of our students. We ask a lot of what questions. Okay? What is the cause of X? What are the organisms that cause? What are the... So we ask very few why and the how questions. Okay? It's very important to ask why. And if you remember this, the roles of the Indian medical graduate, right? And one of the roles is that of a lifelong learner who is committed to continuous improvement of skills and knowledge, right? So I think this is obvious as to why the Indian medical graduate requires this and needs to play this role, right? And in order for that student to perform this role, they need to have adequate training in medical knowledge, right? And this self-directed learning, this initiative by the NMC is to help our IMG to be lifelong learners. So it's not as if they are thrown into the field and they have to start learning then, right? So we need to inculcate this whole process right from medical college, so that once they become the IMG, they continue to do that. They have to continue to do that, right? So you've heard the term learning to learn. So that's, I think, much more important now than learning facts, because like everyone said, things are going to change. What is the norm now will be completely not the norm 10 years from now. But they'll have to learn how to learn, right? So that's our whole emphasis. Okay, so here is, you have your mobile phones. So here is a small quiz for you. You have to say whether it is true or false. Self-directed learning means self-learning under the directions of a teacher. So please, you can scan that code and you can answer it on your mobile. And if you have got it, been able to అది గ్రూప్ లో పెట్టి Okay, so far everyone has said it's true. Self-directed learning means self-learning under the directions of a teacher. Oh, okay. But after you answer, no? Okay, after you Okay, so the false seems to be... Okay, what is your thought on this? You think it's true or false, the statement? We thought it was true. You thought it was true. How many of you say it's true? Self-directed learning means self-learning under the directions of a teacher. Okay, let me give you an example. Let's say that you all are my students. I ask you all, remove the textbook. All of you remove the textbook. Open page 57. Open page 57. Read from paragraph 1 and paragraph 2. You read. Is that self-directed learning? Instructions of teacher, they are only doing it. But I am telling you do. I am telling you do. You do this? Yes. You do this? Is that self-directed learning? Directions. Okay. Instructions. I think you got a point. But in the directions, I agree. So here, what we mean to say is that the teacher, in some sense, is not an authority. Right? Is not an authority in self-directed learning. Right? So this is a myth. So it's a hint. So the next few questions we'll see. Okay. So it's not self-learning under the directions of a teacher. Right? So maybe under the facilitation of a teacher, rather than direction.
Guidance or
guidance of a teacher.
That's an appropriate word.
Okay. The teacher has, since it's called self-directed learning, the teacher plays no role in self-directed learning. What is your thought on that? True or false? False, yes. The teacher does have a role, right? Teacher does certainly has a role in inculcating skills of self-directedness. You can't expect the student to directly become self-directed. Okay. Okay. Self-directed learning is a teaching strategy. Teaching strategy. That means it's something like a lecture or some tutorial or DOAP that I can just come and say that that is STL. It's not a teaching strategy, right? It's not a teaching strategy. Last one. STL means, since it's called self-directed learning, means learning alone. False, right? So the definition itself says that it doesn't say that you have to learn alone. You can learn from others, learn in a group. It's more a mindset. So these are the 4 myths of self-directed learning, right? So let's go back to that. Okay? So it's not directive. Self-directed learning is not directive. Second, the teacher certainly has a role to inculcate skills of self-directed learning. Third, it's not a specific teaching strategy. And fourth, that self-directed learning is required. Once you are convinced and you get clear about the definition and the steps, we'll come to a few models now. There are 4 models, and some of them will be useful for implementation strategies. So let's start with the first model. So all the skill sets for self-directed learning can be put in 3 circles. So what are the 3 circles? The first circle is motivational processes. Right? So unless there's motivation, nothing can happen. And what does motivation involve? The feeling of belongingness, the feeling of believe in oneself, growth mindset, you've heard of that, right? The growth mindset and certain values, right? Certain values. So unless they are there, motivation will not occur. And what does that motivation do? It translates. Only if you have motivation will you go to the next step. So what are these processes? What is the meaning of metacognition? Any idea? Metacognition?
Synthesizing new ideas.
Synthesizing new ideas. What I said, learn about learning is metacognition, right? So it includes like planning, setting goals, identifying needs, selecting strategies, monitoring. All those are metacognitive processes, right? And once you have that, what do you have to do? You have to put the plan into action. And those are your learning strategies, right? And then once you do that, you gain a positive effect, and then that motivates you more and more. So you go through this virtuous cycle. Third one is applied learning, or the learning itself, the learning processes. So all three have to go together for self-directed learning to occur. So this is one model. Quite intuitive, right? Very easy to understand. This is a very interesting one which we can use. This is by a person called Gerald Groh in 1996. He categorized students into 4 stages of self-directedness. What are those 4 stages? A dependent student. A student who is highly dependent on the teacher. Very dependent. Second, a student who is somewhat dependent but very interested. The third level is involved in their learning. They are not only interested, they are also involved in their learning. And fourth stage, self-directed. So can you tell me when you actually became self-directed?
During our MBBS.
MBBS itself, you were quite self-directed, sir? Okay, that's a debatable point, sir. I also didn't have too many teachers, but it was more like the guidebooks, not guidebooks, but these previous year's exam questions, right? So that was my main motivation. But when did you actually become self-directed? PG. Exactly. Right? Postgraduate study. Authority. Yes, you have to do this, you will do this. How many of 30%? Okay, fair enough. 30%. How many students are somewhat dependent but very interested in, okay, they come, when you call them, they come, oh, what is this, they come. How many of them are like that? But they're not very skilled in their learning, but they're very interested. What percent? 20%. So 30 plus 20. How many of them are beyond interested and are actually involved? You just have to nudge them a little and they're doing everything. So maybe I'll come this side. So how many percentage, what percentage of your students are involved in the learning, so that you just need to be facilitators, that's all. What percentage? So we said 30% are dependent, 20% are interested but not very skilled in their learning. How many are involved? The remaining 50 you'll have to commit to that. Stage 0.
Not interested.
Okay, fine. So, okay.
Stage 0, they are dependent.
Okay.
Not interested, not motivated.
Not
interested.
Interested only in marks.
But not interested.
50%? Okay.
Truly dependent, truly not interested.
Okay. So, sir, I think has a lot of interesting things to tell us. We'll debate that. So, okay, let's say that a lot of our medical students are still in this stage. Would that be okay? Highly dependent on the teacher, right? But he said not interested, not motivated. Okay. So, the role of the teacher, this is what is interesting, changes depending upon the level of the student, right? So, for example, stage 4 is your thesis guide, right? Your thesis guide, for example, or a PhD thesis guide is more like a consultant or a delegator, right? So they're not going to tell you what to read, etc. So they're just going to have like conversations with you. Whereas stage 1, authoritative, is like a coach. You do step 1, then come back and show me. You do step 2, come back and show me. It's like my son. Appa, ask me this question. Good. Then ask me this question. Good. So that. Okay. So that's the authority or a coach. And then stage 2 is what? You need to motivate. Because they're interested, you can motivate them. Stage 3 is facilitator, right? And stage 4 is consultant or delegator. Okay, so these are examples. I think we won't go into this in detail. Just to say that in stage 1, the teacher is doing everything. It's teacher centered. Stage 4 is completely student centered, right? And the intervening stages are gradations from here to here. Okay, so now it becomes interesting. This is a very interesting grid. It's a 4x4 grid. What is on the y-axis? The learner. What is on the x-axis? The teacher, right? And there is a severe mismatch, right? So the reds are the severe mismatch. Like for example, let's say that your learner is already self-directed and you're telling them what to do in a very authoritative manner. It will be a complete mismatch, correct? You agree with me? First of all, you understand this grid? What about this person here? Student does not know anything, you tell them, you go read and come, right? That's again a mismatch. So here is this nice place to be as a medical college teacher. Can you see that there are no reds there? So we should neither be authoritarian and tell the students, this is what you have to do, this is what you have to do, nor be like, treat your students like PhD students. Okay, go read, right? We have to do something in between. Do you agree with me? So there's no severe mismatch. So at all times we must motivate, and at most times we must facilitate. Okay, so would you agree with me that our roles as teachers would be motivators and facilitators primarily, right? So that would be our role, and very rarely can we, I have had students where they don't need me at all. In first MBBS, there are at least 3 or 4 students each year who don't need any teachers. We can directly go to delegation. They are ready to do their STS projects. They know which books to read, right? They are already at that stage. But most students will be somewhere here, right? Where our role will be mainly motivator and facilitator. So there's no serious mismatch. Is that okay? Okay, so this is from Gerald Grove. He also had nice illustrations. For stage 1, this is what we are doing for the student. We are opening up, whether they like it or not, opening their skull, removing the calvarium and forcefully pouring in things into the brain, right? Stage 1. Stage 2 is interested. Yeah, you're shaping them nicely like a potter or a sculptor. You're sculpting them. Stage 3, you're pointing the direction. Go in that direction. They are going. Stage 4, they are with you. You're doing things together, right? They are more like your colleagues and you're working together almost as equals, right? So these are the 4 roles that the teacher plays depending upon the level of the student. So in a medical college, probably these are the 2 roles we'll be mainly playing as medical college teachers, right? So there's another concept called self-paced learning, self-regulated learning, and self-directed learning. Okay. Self-paced learning is you ask the student to do some task, but they can do it in their own time. You just give them the deadline. Like for example, let's say that you have a clinic. Those of you who are clinicians, you have a bedside clinic in 1 week. You ask them to read certain topics from a book and come ready for that clinic in 1 week. So in that 1 week, you don't tell them when to read. They decide when they can read it. So that's self-paced. So that's the first stage. All of us can do that. We can give certain tasks like you said, sir. You gave some chapters for the students to read. You gave some particular time. You also told them which book. Okay, so they have self-paced learning. Self-regulated learning, is more in the classroom setting, right? Still the teacher tells them what to do, but they are more autonomous, and this actually is more like in real life, self-directed learning. So these are various stages. And finally, this is a more complex model. So what are all the things that influence self-directed learning? Personal attributes, we already talked about that, right? Like for example, adaptability, metacognition, flexibility, integrity, curiosity. Second, the institutional environment. Would you agree with me that the institution plays a role to the level of self-directedness in which a student? So let's not downplay the environment that we provide as a medical college, right? That also influences the self-directedness. Third, faculty development. All faculty also should be on the same page. So we need to have training programs like this. And finally, like you said, there must be some way in which we must be able to assess, right? The assessment must value self-directedness. And finally, what is the salt there? Is the motivation. Okay, so now let's come to the main part of the workshop. Is this strategies? This is all the theory. How are we going to implement these theories in day-to-day teaching practice? So we're going to look at three aspects: teaching and learning, assessment, and in both we're going to look at both process and content. Okay, process and content. So let's come to teaching and learning. All of you do this? Everyone does lectures? Bedside learning, all the clinicians bedside? Yes? Simulation? Yes? Tutorials? Small group, that's the same as small group discussions. Dissections in anatomy, DOAP in practicals, and field work, community medicine. Students go for field work. Okay. Now what I would like you to do is, as a group exercise, I think, thank you. Does each group have this? So what I'd like each group to do is, in these existing methods, right, there are 7 methods listed, and what is the x-axis? What is the x-axis? Can you tell me what the x-axis is? The 5 steps of SDL. With the traditional methods, can you think of how you can fill each of these? Not all, you can fill at least some of these boxes. For example, I'll give you an example. During a lecture, how can you help the student to diagnose their learning needs? Can we think about that? Suppose I'm giving a lecture. This is a lecture, let's say on let's say the anatomy of the thyroid gland. Let's say that you all are students. How can I, as a lecturer, help you to a certain extent diagnose your learning needs? You can ask a question, exactly. You can ask a question. How many of you think that this is the answer, right? So immediately they are also thinking, okay, they are diagnosing their learning needs. So that way you understood, right? So simple things, it can be very simple things. So for each of the things that you routinely do, what are the ways in which you can incorporate some of these aspects into your regular teaching? You may not be able to fill all the boxes, doesn't matter. But as many boxes as you can with implementable ideas. They have to be implementable in your setting. So I'll give you 10 minutes please, or 15 minutes, and then we'll have a discussion. Okay, just one more thing that I'd like to tell you is that there's one list of competencies that are there. The only reason that has been given there is that it's just for it to provide you a little context, that we need to use that competency framework. And what I've done is I've selected all the diabetes mellitus related competencies from the competency framework. So it just may help you to provide a context. So when you're thinking of a lecture, it should not be something abstract. You can maybe think of some lectures. Yes, yes, yes. If you want to, you can use that competency list, please.
Which?
Tea is available outside. Please take a break, stretch your legs and come back and sit. We'll start the session back in 10 minutes.
Whether it's a dissection, whether it's simulation, whether it's field work, whether it's whatever. What are some 2 or 3 simple ways in which we can encourage students to diagnose their learning needs? Okay, very, very important question. Okay, okay, what, yeah, which one, sir? Case examples, okay. Conducting pre-test. So would you agree with me that asking questions itself is a wonderful way of encouraging students to think about their learning needs? Second, we can ask the question or they can ask questions. So both ways, right? So I think that's very powerful. How many of you use it regularly? Whether it's field work or bedside, you ask questions. You make sure you ask questions. Okay. So one is ask questions and invite questions. Ask and invite questions. Second, what type of questions encourages self-directed learning? Open-ended, the why. So the why and the how questions, so encourage students also to ask those questions. You also ask the why and the how questions. Any specific strategies that you can use during a lecture to find out which is the area that the students are finding difficult? So one is asking questions. Second, any doubts? Asking doubts, yes. And you said pre-test, post-test, no madam? How many of you incorporate small questions into your PPTs? Yes, so please, sir, if you can please speak into the... Please, sir.
Thank you. So whenever I start a topic, probably it will be based on a previous question paper or a short case or a long case. So students understand that this is important for the examination.
Okay.
To create interest.
Okay, that's wonderful, sir.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. Any other ways you can make students diagnose their learning needs? Yes, okay, you can do a WhatsApp poll. You can use technology really well for this, right? So MCQs, you can use WhatsApp poll, so there are many innumerable ways. So it's not difficult to do, to encourage them to diagnose their learning needs. There's also a specific technique called the muddiest point, right? Which we use for lectures. So it's a very simple thing. You ask them one thing that they felt that they learned really well and one thing that they still have some doubts about, or the key thing that they have a doubt about. And they'll all write down, or you can use technology. And at the end of that, you will get an idea of, okay, this is what they have learned, this is what is still their learning need, right? And then you can address that. So that's some very simple technique that you can use. How many of you give time to your students to think during a lecture? Or is it just from beginning to end packed, right? Taka, 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 like a machine gun. Done, 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 and done, right? So giving a little bit of thinking time during your lecture for them to think about some question or think about their doubts, that itself is quite a powerful way of encouraging them to diagnose their learning needs. So give a little bit of time, right? Reflection time. Any other methods that you all use, since this is a sharing thing? So remember, which point are we talking about? Which specific point of self-directed learning are we talking about? Diagnosing learning needs. So please, it's open to all of you. Can you share some things that you do to encourage learners to diagnose? Yes, madam.
Then they will be interested to learn by themselves, sir, and listen all the class timing. They will be useful, like 40 minutes or 50 minutes, whatever the topic you are taking. Okay. They will be listening.
Okay, so I think ma'am brought out an important point, that motivation. So whatever teaching learning method you do at the beginning, you take some time to try and motivate them, and one way of motivating them is to show them the relevance of that topic. Okay, that's a great point, ma'am. So anything that we do, teaching learning method, we bring out the relevance. Yes.
Sir, during when we open the induction setting, when we put up a certain topic, what I do is I enlist them. These are the important questions for exam. These are the previous old questions, long, short, with page number. Because much of the in community medicine, they don't bring their part textbook.
Yeah, okay.
So we tell them with the page numbers, so it's a relevant questions, long and short. So it will help them to diagnose and identify
what their learning needs are.
What their learning objective is.
Okay, okay, fine. Thank you, sir.
Sir, one thing which I follow intermittently, not regularly, that suppose I'm taking one topic, like suppose say one national program. So in the next class, what I'm going to teach, I tell them that in the next class, I'm going to teach this particular topic. So there are some 6-7 students who read it in advance, and if they have some doubts, so they will wait till the class is over, or at the starting only they will tell that these particular points we are not able to understand.
Okay.
So that is also one thing I which understand or feel that this also can help in bringing out their needs.
Yeah, that's an excellent point as well. Yes, please.
Structural objectification of a topic, sir.
Yes, okay.
So before we start the session, we are going to give the entire structurization of the topic,
correct,
which we are going to deal, so that they can understand and they can cut short where exactly they need and what doubts they have in that specific topic.
Fine, fine. Okay, so now let's go to column 2. What is column 2? Set learning goals. Okay, so how do we encourage students to set it's linked to the first step, of course, right? So first it starts with that identifying the need, and then you convert that into a learning goal. So in order for us to have a goal, we need both intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. So how do we do that? Okay, this is a need, but I'm not bothered. I know that I don't know this, but forget about it. I'm not interested in learning. Right? I need to convert that gap into a goal. So how will we do that? Punishment and reward is the classic way of doing it, right? Is the classic way of doing it. Any other way of doing it? Like you mentioned, ma'am, bringing in relevance. You brought in the examination angle, right? You said patient care. So if you can link it to patients, bring in relevance. Like sir said, you say that this is important from the exam. Though I think we should not focus too much on exams. Exams are still important. Any other way in which, sorry sir? That's way, incentivization. Incentivization is a good way of doing it. Any other ways that you have tried to sort of encourage your students?
You know this, and once you do it properly, then you will be able to treat this type of patient properly, and then once you go on to move on to medicine, that sort of outcome is required for you. So once we discuss that in class, definitely the student also feels.
Okay, that's excellent. Show them the end point. Show them that this is the end point. If you do this, right, this is what the end point is. It's wonderful, the end point. Yeah, that's another thing. Anything else? Simplification, sir. Can you please explain, sir?
Suppose there are number of poisons, only 10 antidotes are there.
Yes.
So the common poisons are some 2, 3, 4 are there. At least you try to learn these 4 commonest poisons in India, so that you will get the patient care in a good manner. So that we will teach them this is the best, at least 4 you learn for your undergraduates.
Wonderful, sir. I think that point is a wonderful point, in that it's so complex, right? So they get bogged down. There's too much to read. So though I know I don't know, it's too much. Forget it. It's too tough. But if sir said, like you said, because with your wisdom, you're saying these 4 areas you focus on, they automatically, okay, yes, I can do it. They get that mentality and they make that as their learning goal. Wonderful point, sir. Thank you, sir.
And linking few common diseases, say hypertension and diabetes. Almost all family has that. Linking them, connecting, motivate, emotionally, so that if you learn these, you could at least, recognize a complication early for your parents or someone. Yeah, linking that to a family would create interest in the student.
Yeah, that's a wonderful, another wonderful point. If you are emotionally involved in your learning, the learning improves dramatically, right? So for example, I know many students who have joined medicine simply because one of their family members is suffering from some disease and they want to be an oncologist because they've seen that whatever relative has either died or suffering from cancer, they want to be an oncologist. So that emotional connect, right, with the subject is something very important, and that can be brought out by the teachers, and therefore they can make that into their learning goal. Excellent, sir. Any other points? Yes, competition with peers, healthy competition. So let's discuss that. How do you encourage healthy competition amongst your students? Group tasks. You give them group tasks. That's also a wonderful way. Competition, healthy competition. You give them tasks to do, and give them some small incentive, sweet or chocolate. Let the whole class get the chocolate, but give a little bit of a bigger chocolate to the winning group. Okay, so that can be done. Motivation factors like incentives can be given, small competitions, so that can certainly to win that competition. So you'll automatically learn. Any others? Okay, so lots of points have come out. That's great. Column 3, identifying resources. Now this is a huge problem because at least in our college, the resource is the book of another student, not even the textbook, right? So it goes to the extent that we ask them to write a reflection on their early clinical exposure, identical, that's 30 students will be identical, including all the mistakes and all that will be copied very nicely, right? So, you have that experiences a little bit? Yeah. Okay. Logbooks, the logbooks, right?
Learning resources, they would try to listen to the senior more rather than the faculty.
Yes, yes.
They study those books told by the seniors, not by the faculty.
Not by the faculty.
A great difficulty here for the faculty is to try and implement those resources for the students.
Yes, absolutely. I think this is something that, but would you agree with me that nowadays there's no dearth of resources? Anything under the sun you can find information about, and that becomes the whole problem, right? Because the first thing that comes up may not be the most validated source of information. So let's discuss this a little bit. So where do our students study from? Where do we, or let me put it in a different way. How do we encourage our students to think about what resources to use and what not to use? Let's put it that way. Okay, but how do we ensure that they use that standard textbook? Advantages, disadvantages, okay. Scores will be, you want to link it to an exam? Reliability. Is there any way in which the standard information can be used in the instructional design? In the way we design a session, can we use only standard things in what we use? Yes.
Suppose I'm taking a topic,
yes,
and I'm giving the reference that this particular thing is there in Park textbook. So it's better if you write this thing than take reference from Park textbook. It will be beneficial for you in exam or something like that. So it can be a advantage.
Okay, one way is for the teachers themselves to model it and use only standard sources for their teaching. Yes.
And sir, another source always I recommend to our students is to study from the patient. Patients are the best books.
Okay.
That always I tell my students.
Okay.
Whatever they have to learn from the patient directly, and probably patient will tell them exactly what even not written in any textbook.
Yes.
So patients are the best textbooks.
Okay. Okay, classical science and symptoms.
Like say, for example, I'll tell, we have all learned about spider navy in books.
Yes.
But how many of we have seen the actual case of spider navy?
Correct.
And that's what. So
fine. Any, yes sir, please.
I have seen spider navy.
Okay. So I think this point, let's discuss this point. How do we make sure the students use the appropriate resources? So the more student-centric it is, the more they have to identify their resources. So like for example, I'll just give you a few examples. We used to have in the past yes ma'am.
Only apps, sir. Even though and they are not knowing the basics of the subjects, and they are going only for the apps, as if even when they are writing an answer, when we are correcting like that, we are not happy, sir, to be frank. And even we are motivating them to read even standard textbooks and all, still they are reading from day one of first year itself, they are purchasing those apps and they are reading that only. So how to motivate them, like, so what are all the colleges we are suffering from the same
the same thing. Like let me also put another angle to that, ma'am. That let's say that not all the apps are necessarily bad. So the thing is, I don't think we should, maybe some of them are not appropriate for that student, but let's say I'm just giving you the example of anatomy. there are some beautiful apps like Complete Anatomy is a beautiful app for anatomy. And actually we do encourage our students, of course, like you said, they should not be glued to the app when the body is there, right? So they are studying the anatomy here when you can see it on the body here, right? So that tendency should be avoided. But I feel that maybe we should sort of guide them to use appropriate apps rather than completely say that don't use apps at all. Because I think that's the future, I think. Oh, entrance preparation apps. Okay, okay,
yes,
okay.
sir. They are purchasing.
Okay, fine. I didn't get that point.
They are
Okay.
purchasing that itself now, sir. Yes, sir.
Please.
Yes, sir.
Excellent faculty.
Excellent faculty are teaching really well. But again, they're focusing on those points, those areas, and followed by the questions are in the same area.
Based on the entrance exam pattern.
The moment they finish that video and try to solve the question, they'll be solving all the questions. So
Okay.
that makes them, tend to go for those and keep on learning from them. And
Okay.
when we see the answers, only those points will be there.
Okay. Just a couple of points I want to make.
Can I
Yes,
add
sir.
a
Please,
point?
sir. Please, sir.
Most of the time what we forget is to define the must know, the desirable to know and need not know. So students mostly focus, some gentleman said the spider nevi. It's need not know. It's only desirable to know, not a must know, isn't it? So if a certain student does not say spider nevi when I haven't seen one, right, it doesn't matter. But we should focus on always the must know, which should be in any app or any lecture, any method of teaching, the must know should be the one that should be prioritized.
Yeah, I think that's also a great point. If the student knows the must knows, then we're really not too concerned. We know that if they know it from any source, it's fine. But we define that must know and make it transparent and visible to everybody. Fine. So just a couple of things that I would like to share is that we had like a problem-based learning for many years. Now we don't have it because there's not enough time with the new CBME. And we found out that the students are struggling to find resources, validators. So we used to have what is called a search skills workshop, in which the emphasis was on how to find and search for validated sources of information, and a little bit on how to do referencing, how to avoid plagiarism. So that's something that you all can consider, a half-day workshop, maybe in second year sometime, where students are taught how to search. And now plagiarism is going to become a huge problem. It's already a huge problem with ChatGPT, right? So in fact, ChatGPT has solutions for everything. It can generate MCQs, beautiful MCQs, by the way, right? Just put the guidelines and it'll prepare the MCQ. So plagiarism is going to become a huge issue, and how to cite, right? So maybe you can consider doing that, a half-day workshop on how to search and reference information. The other thing that I wanted to tell you was, ma'am talked about some projects, no ma'am? You'll have student projects, and maybe when they submit the projects, one of the criteria for assessing that project could be the sources of information from where they've got that thing. So that could be, so you incentivize that way. So if it's a standard source of information and they've referenced it correctly, you give some additional marks for that. So maybe you can incentivize that, right? So these are a few thoughts in relation to the resources. Okay, the fourth column. Okay, so learning strategies. So I think here let's talk about two things: superficial learning and deep learning, right? So what is superficial learning? Only for exams, one day before the exam, and then evaporates very rapidly. Short-term memory, right? And it's also at the level where you're not able to answer the why and the how questions. Whereas deep learning is the concept-oriented learning. So how do we encourage our students to move from superficial to deep learning? What strategies can they use? Case-based, we can use case-based learning, yes. MCQs, if higher level MCQs, if you want, you can use that. What strategies can you do that?
Practical importance.
Early clinical exposure. So you have integration as well, right? You have integration, so you can use those integration sessions to help them develop these deep learning strategies. So would you agree with me that in all these methods, of course in the lecture it's difficult, a little difficult in a lecture, but would you agree with me that in a tutorial, practical, bedside sim, at least you can do this, right? it's possible to encourage deep learning rather than superficial learning, right? And one effective way is to use a case, like you said, ma'am. So if you use a case scenario, automatically at the bedside there is a patient. But in the other two, if you can use a case-based tutorial or you use cases for your practicals, it becomes much more, the learning strategies become much more effective because it's deep, you're linking things together. So I think one more thing is, I think, is there a chalk here? No. So, no, it's okay, it doesn't matter. So I think what a useful way of thinking about deep and superficial learning is, superficial learning is all the dots, right? Discrete bits of information, that's superficial learning, right? Whereas deep learning is how to connect those dots, right? So connecting the dots is deep learning. So your learning, your teaching strategies should help them connect the dots, right? Should help them connect the dots, right? So keep some time again for the why and the how to discuss that. And the last column, outcomes. So how do you make the student see whether what they have learned has achieved, I mean they have achieved their goal. You could have the assessments, yes, you could have various types of assessments and feedback. How many of you do peer assisted learning? That is, you all do that. So the students themselves are like teachers. Okay, so that's a very effective way, because when you teach somebody, you cannot teach somebody unless you know something, right? And very quickly you will realize, okay, this is my gap. I'm not able to teach this to other students in a simple way. So that's one good way of assessing whether you are achieving your learning goals.
So regarding this, I would like to say that we have started that student teacher program in our college.
Yes.
Every batch, 2 or 3 students, they are coming up and teaching the students.
Wonderful.
And those are some of the points which they have given a feedback. One of the students is going to present a paper on that also tomorrow.
Oh, very nice, ma'am. Very nice. That's really nice. So I think that's something that we can use. So a big round of applause for that. So like we said, like superficial learning is just about the dots, right? It's just about the dots. All these are discrete pieces of information, right? You ask them this dot, they will say yes. They will be able to answer. You ask them, they will be able to answer. But you ask them, how is this connected to this? They will not be able to answer that. Medicine is all about this, right? Connecting. It's all about connecting. They need to connect all these dots. They need to connect anat, physio, biochem, path, micro, pharmac when a patient comes to them. They don't come as a subject. They come with symptoms, right? So I think all our teaching learning should help them connect those dots. Okay, now very quickly, this is a quick tour of some new methods which you can read up. We don't have time to do each of these. Many of you will already know these methods. This is from a paper that I think has already been shared with you all, or will be shared with you. Already shared, right? It's there. Reflective portfolios, we are already using it maybe to a certain extent. Students are asked to write their reflections. Reflection is a very, very powerful tool to encourage self-directed learning, because you quickly identify what the gap is, what you've learned, right? And where you need to go in future, right? So I think encouraging students to write reflections and for them to have a portfolio is a powerful method. Problem-based learning, I think this is, it's a method in itself. Maybe you can do some reading on this. This is probably I would say, it follows all the principles of self-directed learning. So in our traditional curriculum, who makes the specific learning objectives? Teacher or student? Teacher. In problem-based learning, the students make their learning objectives. So it starts off from that level, right? They identify resources, they discuss, and the teacher is only a facilitator. Okay, so I would suggest that it's very little difficult to implement in India, but I think we need quite a lot of jugaad. We need to, like you said, ma'am, you have tried some student teachers. We need to see how we can implement PBL in an Indian setting. Maybe we can modify it a little bit. That could be one of your projects. So if any of you are interested in medical education, one of your projects could be to see how PBL can be applied in the Indian setting. Flipped classroom, very doable. How many of you have done flipped classrooms? Please raise your hands. Yeah. So if you can please explain, please, so that the others can. This is, I think all of you should try it at least once, please. All of you should try the flipped classroom at least once. Very doable.
Yes, so for this session on, I'll take the example what
Please,
we did. So we have a chapter on demography and family planning, and that they've been learning from physiology itself. So what we have done is we have shared the resources, different textbook resources with the students, and then we said we will be giving y'all assignments. Then they came back with the preparation, made them into smaller groups. We did a little modification of the flipped class. So we gave them the resources before, we told them to read up, and on the day of the flipped classroom session, we did case scenarios, different case scenarios, and what type of contraceptive is needed there, and what are the advantages, disadvantages. So that is how we did the thing, rather than taking a didactic lecture and then asking them later to summarize.
Wonderful, ma'am. So I think the basic concept is in this Khan Academy, the homework becomes classwork, classwork becomes homework. What do we usually do in school? The teacher does something on the board and then gives the problem as homework. But here we flip it, right? That the teacher showing it is available on YouTube. Why do you want the teacher there to show you that? Okay, so you see whatever resources are there, you come here and you solve the problems together. The teacher will just help you in that whole process, right? So that's the flip. All of you try it at least once, please. Very doable, and it's quite an effective method. You can sort of, they'll learn many of the skills that are required for self-directed learning. So this is something that all of you can try at least once. Knowledge maps. This is all about these connections, right? It's all about these connections. So mind map and concept map. How many of you have asked your students to use concept maps? Can you please raise your hands? Mind maps. Okay, that's another project for some of you. Very, very effective way of students to connect the dots. Okay, both mind maps and concept maps, right? And once they do that, they become more self-directed because it's easy for them to identify their learning gaps. Reciprocal teaching is what we just discussed now. Dr. Havila mentioned students as teachers, that is reciprocal teaching. Very powerful method again. Sometimes it's called peer assisted learning. Okay, peer assisted learning. So the teacher and the students act as teachers. You can give them roles. So one day 2 of us teach this group of 8 students, then other 2 get a turn next time, and so on. Okay. Student doctor concept is already there, I think, in the CBME. All of you are aware of this, right? Right. So there again, there's a lot of skills that are involved in relation to self-directed learning. Technology enhanced learning, we've discussed all that, right? We can use technology. Group projects, ma'am, we discussed that, what you mentioned. And this is one interesting one, which I'm going to talk about a little. Learning contract. How many of you have heard of this? Learning contract. Okay, so I'll just discuss this a little bit. So this can be incorporated into the portfolio, right? So for example, you ask the student for some particular area to write their objectives. Then they need to decide how they are going to collect information in order to achieve that objective and the strategies, by when they are going to do it, and how they are going to assess whether they have done it appropriately or not, and little bit about the assessment. So this is in consultation with your instructor or teacher, right? Again, a little theoretical, you will have to somehow apply it in the Indian context, right? It's done in Western countries. Maybe in smaller classrooms and maybe higher level students, it's certainly doable and possible. In the Indian context, 150 students, how we are going to do this is a little bit difficult, but any of you have any ideas? Maybe for certain areas, it may not be related to the curriculum per se, but it could be related, maybe some of them have extra interest in research. Maybe it could be related to electives. So you need to link it to certain aspects of the CBC, competency-based curriculum. Okay, so this is called a learning contract. Right? Okay, so that's about the teaching and learning. Anything that you would like to add or any questions that you have?
concept map and the mind map.
Okay, okay. So, usually I don't have a PPT, but I'll just tell you what a mind map is. Very pictorial, ma'am. So it starts off with a central concept. Let's say diabetes is there, and you have things that go, like for example, it could be etiology, right? It could be pathogenesis. It could be clinical features. It could be complications. So those are the 4 things that come out from the central bubble. And then from etiology, you have 4 more that come out, and then you can go sort of in different ways. And as you go further and further, the connecting lines become thinner and thinner, and you can use different colors. You can use pictures. So it's a very pictorial representation of a particular topic, right? So it's more like at a glance to get an idea of a topic. That's a mind map. Concept map is a little more difficult. So let's say you have diabetes, you want specifically etiology of diabetes. So you have connectors, and etiology you could say lifestyle, non-lifestyle, let us say. In lifestyle, let us say that you say caloric intake. So caloric intake predisposes, high caloric intake predisposes to diabetes. So you have to put predisposes in that connector. So basically you have nodes and connectors, and you have to specify how those 2 nodes are connected. So it's basically you're creating a concept of that topic. It's a little more difficult than mind map, and not as pictorial. So it's only for the very serious student. Mind map is fun because you can draw pictures and you don't need to think too much about it. So that is mind map. Yes. Ma'am, please. No, they have to do, ma'am. They have to do it. But they have to be trained how to do it, ma'am. Maybe we can have a 1-hour session before that and tell them that this is how you, like when we had problem-based learning, we used to ask them to make the concept map. So we had like a half-an-hour training. So this is how you create a concept map. We used to give them an example and then do it. If you want, I can later share some literature on that.
Yeah, yes. Thank you, sir.
This is, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Actually, everyone is interested in this self-directed learning.
Yes.
All the students, they are very much interested, especially because of their own comfort zone. Whenever they feel like learning,
yes.
Because I am a student, I'm interested in learning in the evening.
Correct, correct.
So he is more interested
yes.
during some duration of the day.
Yes.
But here the glitch is our syllabus is time bound. So yes. How can you correlate this time bound thing with the self-directed learning?
That's a beautiful point, sir. Excellent point. Because like you said, the student is constrained by the system. Let's say that the student wants to study only at night and does not want to come for classes during the day. Unfortunately, that's not under our control. So my thought to that is that we strike a middle path, sir. So ideally speaking, I'm just going back to this grid which I like a lot. So ideally speaking, some students we should just delegate. So students are completely free, and they, as long as the outcomes are met, they are free to use any strategy they want. So my thought is, let's at all times motivate and at most times facilitate. So I think then to a certain extent, I mean regardless of the type of student or when they want to study, etc., those are things are not under our control. I'm sure that you can see that there are no red squares here. So there will not be any student who will be really seriously disadvantaged if you are a motivator and facilitator most times, right? What we should avoid is too much of authoritarian and knowledge pouring, or we are saying, okay, all of you are complete adults, you don't need me, you come to me whenever you want. Okay, it's up to you. So that maybe our students are not ready to do that. So to a certain extent, would that answer your question, sir? I think because we don't have control over the times, unfortunately, and whether we like it or not, there's some sort of, I don't even know whether it's correct or wrong. There is some discipline associated with medicine. You have to come in with a particular dress code, you have to come on time. I think it's fair enough, because finally you have to see a patient during the OPD times at the convenience of the patient. So in some sense, we are a little different from other professions. Like for example, if I'm an IT professional, I like to do coding between 3 a.m. and 7 a.m. That's my time. I don't like to do any other time. I'm free to do that. But here it's interaction with patient and all those things, so we are constrained by that. So I think it's good for our students also to learn in that manner. This is my personal opinion. Oh, okay.
So during their relaxed time, they can see a video.
That's true, sir.
So that's why these apps are coming up.
We can harness that. We can harness that technology as well.
Thank you, sir.
Whenever they want.
But 9 to 10 you have to listen to the class, whether you are sleepy or not.
Yes. Okay, so the last part of this session is the very difficult aspect of assessment. How do we assess whether someone is self-directed or not? Very, very difficult, because everything self-directed is happening here, right? Inside here, how do we get inside this brain and see whether they are self-directed or not? Very difficult to assess, right? But let's see some of the strategies that have been employed. So, this is Bloom's taxonomy, right? I think in the past we were just focusing on the memory component of it, right? So, I think if we as teachers, in every assessment, at least some of the questions are related to understanding, applying, creating, evaluating and analyzing. That means we are showing the student that we are valuing these types of questions, right? And when we tell them that, automatically they will learn in a different way. So, assessment drives learning, they say, and I think it's very true that if we focus only on memory, then the students will only memorize. If we want them to apply, then the students will start applying. So I think this is one important point to think about. And I think all of you are familiar with this, Miller's pyramid. So it's a very commonly used framework for assessments, and we need to move from knows to knows how, right? In the past it was all factual recognition. Now I'm just curious to know, in YSR University, what is the percentage of these types of questions which is little higher order out of 100? The higher order thinking, like which tests the clinical case scenarios and 5 up. Those are a little bit higher order, they'll have to. Okay, fine. So at least in your internals, you can try and ask little more of higher order thinking skills questions. Okay, for example, I'm just giving you an example. Suppose in the theory exam in the past, I would have asked in anatomy, let's say that I am setting the paper, describe the microstructure of the lymph node. And the student has mugged it. Ah, very nice. Tak, 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 tak. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Done. Now suppose I ask them, correlate the microstructure of a lymph node with its functions. It's a little difficult, because it's not enough to list what often the students do. They'll list the structure, they'll list the functions. But how is the structure connected to the function? That's where students struggle. So if we start asking a few questions like this, it will make the student think and connect. So anat and physio are not actually different subjects, right? They are connected, right? For example, how many of us in clinics ask questions like this, right? Let's say that there's a patient with ascites, a patient with liver cirrhosis who has ascites. How many times do we ask the student, explain why there is ascites in a patient with liver cirrhosis, right? So it's not that easy, and you ask them to describe step by step how is there accumulation of fluid in the peritoneal cavity in a patient with liver cirrhosis, why? So maybe a little bit we should start asking these types of questions, right? Okay, now the most common way of assessing self-directedness is these questionnaires. I have shared it on the soft copy, you've got that, right? One article. There are many questionnaires, and these are the 5 domains under which this is self-administered. That means each one of us, if we are given that questionnaire, we have to fill it. It gives an idea of our level of self-directedness. There are 5 domains in this one: awareness, learning strategies, learning activities, evaluation, and there's one separate one, interesting one called interpersonal skills, because they find that interpersonal skills are also related to levels of self-directedness. So I'm just going to take you to the questionnaire just for you to get an idea. technology glitch. I moved the file, so it is hyperlinked to another file in the folder. Okay, that's okay. I think I've shared it as a soft copy. You can go through some of those. It's like many items are there. All the items are linked to one of these things. This is the most common way to answer your question, sir. This is the most common way that is used to assess self-directedness, but it's all self-administered questionnaire. Okay, then we can use things called rubrics. Like for example, how do we assess a concept map, right? Or how do we assess a reflection? There's something called rubrics. This is like a concept map. So you give some amount of marks for map construction and some for map content. For example, you actually give qualifiers, right? There were more than 3 levels of hierarchy. There were 3 levels of hierarchy. There were 2 levels of hierarchy. There was only 1 level of hierarchy. So you give specific weightage for each of those. So that's called a rubric, right? It's a guide. It's an assessment guide, right? And maybe we need to use more rubrics when we assess these concept maps and reflections. How many of you have assessed reflections of your students formally? Yes, ma'am. That way, yes. You've used rubrics, ma'am, for that? Okay. So that's something that you can do. Another project for you all is to develop some rubrics, right? How do we assess a reflection, the quality of a reflection? There are many that are available, right? So this is just a concept that I wanted to talk to you about. Portfolios, right? This is not mandated by the NMC. They said it's desirable for students to have portfolios. Logbook is mandatory. Okay, so that's the minimum. Logbook means they have a log of what they have done. So portfolio goes beyond that. It has some reflections. It has your growth trajectory as an individual, right? So all that, portfolios are supposed to encourage self-directed, or tells the teacher the progress of the student through the course. Okay, it's called portfolios. And how many of you assess process of your classes? The process, like for example, you take a tutorial. All of you assess content, right? So suppose I am taking a tutorial on diabetes. I will give an MCQ on diabetes. But how many of you actually assess the process, whether the student participated, whether the student came prepared for the class, whether the student was punctual, whether the student was free in sharing information, right? So that's something that you can assess, because that's related to self-directedness, right? It's not only the content, it's also the process. And the last one is this so-called triple jump assessment, the triple jump assessment, right? So this is basically the problem-based learning. It follows the steps. So the students are given a problem, they identify their learning needs, and then they find resources to fill that learning gap, all in one day. So imagine that I'm giving you a problem. From that problem, you identify your learning needs, then you go to the library or wherever, identify resources, come back, and then fill those learning needs, and then show your assessor that you've done it this way. So it takes you through all the steps. So very difficult to do. It's more theoretical. Okay. So someone has to bell the cat. You have to implement SDL, whatever we've discussed in GEMS. Okay. So tomorrow, from tomorrow onwards, you have to start implementing it. So in order to do that, we are going to do an interesting exercise called a SWOT analysis, right? You may already be, many of you may be aware of this. What does SWOT stand for? Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats, right? So let me just define this. What are strengths? That is strengths of, I'm going to use the example of GEMS. What are the strengths available in GEMS? Within GEMS as an institution, what are the strengths that will enable you to implement various aspects encouraging of SDL skills, right? What is the weakness? In GEMS, what are the factors that prevent you from incorporating various elements of SDL in your training? What is a threat? What is a threat? Something outside GEMS, which NMC, which is which is hampering your implementation of various strategies for SDL. And what is opportunity? What is outside that is facilitating in the environment, that is facilitating your, so basically strength and weakness is internal GEMS, opportunities and threats are outside. So what I want you to do is, we've done so much of discussion and all on implementation of teaching and assessment strategies for SDL. So think that you have to implement all these strategies in GEMS. Please write down all the strengths that you have in the institution that will help you to implement it. Some of the key weaknesses that hinder your implementation, some of the factors around you in the environment that will help you, some of the factors in the environment that will hinder. You got it right? It takes a little time, and based on this, I'm sure the solutions will come out. So please go ahead in the groups, 10-15 minutes. What do you need to implement? What do you need to implement? SDL strategies for teaching and learning in GEMS. In order to do that, what are the strengths, what are the weaknesses, what are the opportunities, and what are the threats? Okay, I presume that there will be some common ones, so we'll all part of it. Okay, so what do you have to do for implementation of what? SDL strategies for teaching and learning and assessment.
You have mentorship here, sir.
Okay, sir.
Mentorship and special tutorials for the students during the extra time.
So you have the student support is very good, especially in terms of a mentoring program. Excellent student support. Any others? Any other strengths? So I think these are fantastic strengths, right? Really good strengths. This is going to help you to implement SDL. Let's come to the weaknesses. Okay, so absenteeism amongst the students. Okay, we'll deal with the weaknesses one by one. One is absenteeism.
And time factor, these are taking more time.
Time factor in terms of for the teachers, yes. And the time constraints for teachers and students maybe, yes.
Faculty are less, so overburden to the faculty.
Overburdening, that's less faculty in terms of faculty-student ratio.
And no marks, these are not allotted any marks, so it's not like any...
It's not taken seriously because marks are not allotted, okay. Okay, sometimes there's a communication, maybe a generation gap is there between the teachers and the students. That's a very good point. Okay, student motivation you feel in general is low, and maybe like the faculty maybe like ma'am said may not be trained enough in this whole concept, yes?
Even in the infrastructure also should be, infrastructure also not up to the mark.
Okay.
Rooms, separate rooms.
Okay, if you feel infrastructure is not, okay.
Lack of formal systems and structure.
Sir?
Lack of formal systems and structure for residents to self-directed learning.
Okay, lack of formal systems and structures.
So
okay.
Non-uniformed of student calibers.
Sorry, sir?
Non-uniformed of student calibers.
Okay, okay. Which, okay, okay, fine. Instance, okay.
And incoordinations.
Okay, not lack of coordination. Okay. Okay, so there are these weaknesses. So, because at the end of the day, we want in GEMS for this program to run. If you have to pick 2 or 3 that you can address quite easily, the low-hanging fruit as they call it, out of these many weaknesses, student attendance, low faculty-student, low faculty-student ratio, time, right? Faculty and student time, sometimes a lack of coordination between different faculty, the generation gap, infrastructure. What is under your control as a teacher? Say as an individual, and then you can think of a department and then the institution. So institutional things take time, but as an individual, which one of these things can you do? Let's talk with student motivation. Do you think you can motivate students a little more? Okay, so link it to assessment. In fact, the newer formative assessment has some marks for SDL. Okay, so that's something that you can do. Any other ways in which you can motivate students? The logbook itself. Okay. Sir? Yes, sir. Yes. From the student side. Okay. 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 So that's an interesting thing. Would parents be a threat or a weakness? Okay. Okay. Please, you can please speak into the mic.
There is a lack of persistence among the faculty members. Like we say, there is a lack of persistence in the faculty members, because suppose we say one thing to the student, say a couple of times, 3-4 times. Suppose he doesn't listen also after 3-4 times, then we only lose the interest.
Correct.
That should not happen with the faculty. We should be self-motivated enough to motivate the students.
All right, fine. So, if there's one thing that you can do different from tomorrow to address the one weakness, which one can you address? The one that you can see, faculty-student ratio, very difficult to address. Building extra rooms, very difficult to do. Under your control, what is under your control? Motivation. So that's something that maybe you can work on. That's something that you can start working on. You need to devise strategies to do that. Setting an example, being a role model. Okay, let's come to the opportunities outside in the environment which help which will help you to implement self-directed learning strategies. Yes, which one, madam? ICMR projects, excellent. How many of you have been guides for STS projects? Can you please raise your hands? Right, so more of you can be involved in that. You can be a guide for STS projects. That's certainly an external, that's a huge opportunity for students to, that's a very good point, ma'am, yes. Next exam, is it a threat or an opportunity or both? It's a double-edged sword, right? So can we talk about the two edges of the sword? Let's talk about it as an opportunity first, yes. 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 Workshops and conferences itself is an opportunity. So the next you said, can we use it as an opportunity? So can you think fear-based, maybe without fear, sir? Is it possible to do it with goal? Goals can be. Can you all think of developing a question bank for your students with 70% higher order thinking skills? Case-based scenarios. Imagine each department develops 500 or 200 MCQs. Okay, sir, because that's get me done. So, institutes. Okay, so that's a strength itself. Okay, fine. Any other opportunities from outside? One is STS. Maybe you can use next as an opportunity rather than, don't look at it as an opportunity rather than as a threat. Any other things? Quiz competitions outside competitions, yes, you encourage your students to do that. Yes, sir.
Bullineni medical skills.
Sir?
Bullineni medical skills, our founder
oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
of the medical college, and also organ transplant, especially green corridor, he arranged.
Oh, okay, sir. Fine, sir.
Great idea. It was a great idea.
Fine, sir. So that can be used to motivate these motivation.
Yeah.
Okay. The last one is the threats, which you must have armor for us to. Okay, so you feel that the social media is a threat? Huh? Smart. Actually, very interesting point. In fact, in school education in the US, it's a very divided house. Okay, so some people, in fact, there are certain schools and universities in California in which they're encouraging students to use AI. Misuse. And in the other college schools, they're saying that the students cannot bring smartphones or tablets or any computers to the class. So it's a divided house, and I think they had an interview with the teacher. That teacher was very happy. So they feel that now students, instead of listening and interacting with one another, they are on their mobile all the time. So they are not listening properly. They're waiting to go back to their device. So one very important aspect of learning is the ability to reflect and listen and speak, which is being lost when you use a lot of this technology. So that's a debatable point, but I would agree, sir, that probably is a threat.
Recently also.
Yes, sir. So do you think that we can imaginatively harness the power of technology and also negate its weaknesses?
Sir, recent Indian school survey also reflects the same thing, sir. More screen time for the students. That's why they are not listening, they are not learning. They are very much backlogging when compared to the previous year's results, mathematical skills or other skills. They are lacking because of the more screen time by the students.
And one more thing, I think, so like you said, I think the technology provides instant gratification, but life doesn't provide instant gratification, right? You have to be persistent, like you said, in life. To get things done, you have to be persistent and consistent. Whereas in WhatsApp and all, one thumbs up, you're very happy. Okay, quickly, you're looking for that thumbs up, for that instant gratification, right? It's all about instant gratification. So somehow if we can harness that, the technology, and maybe keep aside some time for reflection, that may help.
Pressure over the student's mind also is important.
Which one, sir?
Pressure over the student's mind.
Okay, sir.
Mindset.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
As you mentioned California, actually two more weaknesses that have been.
Yes, sir.
One is there are no guidance counselors here.
Okay.
There, every class is having a guidance, every school or every college
Yes.
is having a guidance counselor.
Yes.
That is a big threat here, a big weakness here. And PTA meetings actually, parent teachers associations. There is no PTA.
All right, sir.
And frequent meetings with the parents and teachers,
Fine.
at least once in a quarter.
Fine.
That will.
That's pretty doable, sir. I think it's certainly doable and something that maybe can be suggested to the management.
Sir, I would like to add one short thing in that you are saying that this capacity, ending the thinking capacity, but he is using this tools as a last resort. If he is not able to get anything from the resources available like books and all, then only he social media platforms and all. So that is what we have to make the students understand that okay, you can use the tools and all, but that should be used as a last resort. You just cannot use. They are using it as a shortcut.
Yes, yes.
They are not going there. The first option is those social media platforms. They are using it.
Absolutely.
So that we have to try to make them. We cannot say that we will make them understand, but we have to try to make them understand.
Absolutely.
That's what
Appropriate use of technology.
Yeah.
Appropriate. Okay. So I think from this, a lot of solutions also have come out. And this is a good way of thinking about something when you want to implement it. And so I think that's all I have to say. I think the workshop, the slide changer, let's check. Yeah, thank you. So before we wind up, any questions that you have or any thoughts you have regarding this analysis? Any thoughts?
Could you share your experience with assessment of SDL?
SDL, okay. So when we did the problem-based learning in St. John's, we used to administer this SDL questionnaire as part of the process. So for 1 year we actually did a study and we've published that. So we looked at the score before the PBL program and looked at the score after the PBL program. Of course, that's not a strong study design, but it's better than nothing. And we did find that after a 2-month problem-based learning course, generally there was a significant improvement in the self-perceived levels of self-directedness. So that is our experience in terms of the use of this questionnaire, the self-directedness learning questionnaire for assessment. That score, that questionnaire that we have shared, sir, the 5 domains. The self-directedness, ma'am, that there's the score, there's one questionnaire, no? That questionnaire has a score. It has 5 domains and each domain has a score and there's a total score also. So what we found is that in most of the domains there was a significant improvement compared to before PBL. So after PBL we administered the questionnaire before PBL to all the students and after PBL. And what we try to do is also try to do a correlation between that and their levels of attendance, the tutor input and all that thing. So I can share that paper. So that's our attempt at looking at self-directedness, assessing the self-directedness.
Actually, we did a paper.
Okay, ma'am.
After foundation course.
Ma'am, please, ma'am. Mike.
So actually, we also conducted, because it's an easy questionnaire to do, and also it's a feedback for the students. So we tried administrating that questionnaire for 2 batches. One in 2019 for the 2019 batch people. After foundation course, we just did it. Unfortunately, we didn't do a follow-up of it. But our findings found that at that time, Manipal had also done one score. So our students were lesser than their students. And then when for the second year, when we did not have an effective foundation course and so on, when we did the SDL, same thing for the next batch of students, we found they had a lower score than our previous batch of students.
Okay.
So perhaps I feel this foundation course and other such strategies that we use initially will also be motivating. As you said, one of the important things is motivating, no?
Yes.
So that way it may help the self-directed learning.
I think it's a very good area of study as well
Yes.
for in the Indian context.
Yes.
Another thing, ma'am, we tried to grade the concept maps of the students using that rubric. So what we tried to do is, and we tried to look at the associations between the concept map score and various parameters of PBL. And one interesting thing that we found was that there was a significant difference between females and males. So females, generally their concept map scores were significantly higher than the male, but could be many reasons. But that we expect. Okay, so I think any other questions or comments or thoughts that you would like to share? Okay. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll quickly summarize. Yes, yes. Please, Spice. Okay. All of you turn please and look at him. Okay. Yeah, so okay, I think maybe we're putting him under the spot a little unfairly, so he may not. Self-directed learning, okay. So, sir, we'll look at your interactions, sir. Please. No, we'll do that. We'll do that. So, not the objective of the workshop, but. Okay. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll quickly summarize. So 5 steps of SDL, you remember? What is SDL? Identifying learning gap, converting that into a learning goal, finding resources, using those resources with appropriate strategies, and looking at the outcome, whether you have achieved the goal or not. Why SDL? Very obvious. Which is the 5th role, or one of the roles that the Indian medical graduate has to play when they go outside, and they have to be a lifelong learner, right? And self-directed learning is extremely important for lifelong learning. Remember some of the models, the Groves models. You remember the 4 stages in which the student can be, and we'll add one more stage, stage 0, which we will modify the model. We will modify the model. So dependent, interested, involved, and then self-directed, right? And based on that, the role of the teacher also changes. So we have a very complicated 4x4 grid, and if you are in the middle, probably will be safe. So our main role as medical college teachers will be motivators and facilitators. Okay, and we looked at another interesting model. You remember the 4 squares that influence self-directed learning? Personal attributes, institutional attributes, then you have the pedagogy, the teaching learning strategies, and assessment. And the SALT is the motivation. Strategies for fostering, we went through this in quite a bit of detail. We looked at the 5 steps, and with the existing methods itself, we can use many sort of ways in which we can foster SDL, and we looked at many newer ways, some of which are easily doable. Flipped classroom, very easy to do. Mapping is easy to do, concept maps or mind maps, right? Pretty easy to do, and some of you gave some ideas, student projects, etc. And of course, we looked at the challenges and solutions. So, thank you very much for your patient hearing. And I think we've ended on time, 12:45 I think. So, thank you very much. And I would also again once once again like to thank all of you for your patient hearing. To the organizers, thank you so much for inviting me and all the support staff. So thank you so much. And the students, right? Thank you so much. Big round of applause for them, please.
So that was really a wonderful talk and I should say a wonderful workshop. Actually, how much he talked, so much he made us talk. He made us cut jokes, so many things. Agreed. E bench naughty, very naughty, notorious bench. Notorious annanu. I should say active, spicy. You have added spice, I agree. You have added spice, konచెం ఎక్కువైంది. Quite spicy. Nice that we all had, and most of us have participated very actively. It's very good. But this self-directed learning, though in a broad way it is understood, with so many modifications and all, we have been following in different ways. We have been asking the students to follow in different ways, and we have been guiding. But as Patil was rightly pointing out, maybe hardly 10 to 20% are there who really take it, like how we say, and others, they just want to learn the lesson, read, go away, get marks and get a degree, that's all. But only 10% people are there who always want to learn something beyond all that we teach. They always come to us and talk to us, and there are students, after joining in first MBBS, within 10 days they come and eat my brain, I'll go to library, I'll go to library. As a rule, for 3 months, we don't allow them to the library for fear of ragging. Though we take all the precautions, but we see that we don't allow them. But every year, I find at least 5 to 6 students who come and eat my bread. Please, madam, we will go to the library, madam. We want to read. What is it you want to read? You have just started. We are trying. We are just in the beginning. But such students are there. And I think for those people, the self-directed learning would really work very well. And once such students exist in the class, I think that spreads. And all the other students will try to change. But then anyway, it's a big challenge to teach the present day students. That's what we feel. We have been trying so many things, like what Havila was saying, the student teacher program and all. We have started calling the students. Initially, there was lots of resistance from the students. So we had to pick them. Cheppali class, lapate urkonu. That's how we threatened. They came forward. And once we have done for 3 batches we have done. And wonderfully, it went on very nicely. And the best part of it is, our chairman from Secunderabad has joined online. So he was there for the class, and he gave his advice after the class, and the HODs and all were sitting in the class. So that really went on very well. So we had 4 such sessions. That was one thing. And the next thing is the clinical learner, the student doctor program. So we have started allotting beds and all. It's not going wonderfully well, but there are students who are following all the cases from the day of admission till the day of discharge. And they are writing the portfolio book very well. So there are few for every class. So it's going on. It's better than what it was previously. So certain things make us really happy. Then we get the feeling that maybe we can do something, if not now, at least later. So that's how we are doing, and we are giving special postings to EMD and emergency medicine and OBG in the evenings for the final years, 4:30 to 8 o'clock. So they are going with lots of interest. There are students who bunk everything, and that's different, but they are going, they are trying to assess, they are trying to learn, they are concentrating on the skills and all. So that's happening quite fine. So whatever, these are all sort of motivation even for the teachers that maybe we can do better. That's fine. Anyway, Dr. Nachiket sir, we are so happy Thank you so much for really sharing your ideas and knowledge with us. Thank you so much for being with us.
Can we have another big round of applause for Dr. Nachiket, please?
I'll be happy if you all stand up
So, as a mark of respect, we would like to honor Dr. Nachiket sir. I request Dr. Ramarao sir, our Vice Principal, and Dr. Lakshmi Lalta ma'am, Principal, to please do the honors. Sir. Can Rupini. Sir ki shawl ichindi. రేపు కూర్చోబా We'll break for lunch now. Lunch is available in the same gallery too. We'll rejoin by 2 o'clock. We have another very exciting session in the afternoon. We are waiting to hear from Dr. Animesh. 45 minutes. So let's come back by 1:45.
innovative, novel idea. Faculty for the right. Mangalore, which is a unit of Mahe Manipal. He is the head of the Mangalore unit of International Chair in Bioethics, Deputy Coordinator of Medical Education Unit KMC Mangalore. He is an Innovation Ambassador of the Ministry of Education, Government of India for KMC Mangalore, Honorary Professor for IMA and Steering Committee member. He is a editor for a lot of international journals. He is on the editorial board. Some of the journals are from USA, UK and all. He is on the editorial board. He is a faculty of famous regional institutes of both Coimbatore and Manipal. He is an awardee of various grants, congress and innovative teaching. And he is a life membership. He's got life membership in around 12 organizations. This is all his academic activity, but he is also a great traveler. He loves traveling, photography, and he is a stamp collector. This I can say because every alternate day, because I've been in contact with Dr. Animesh, corresponding with him, every alternate day there is a status of Animesh sir in a flight or in a different college. Every alternate day. I see that. So, I mean, he's giving lectures, doing workshops everywhere. So, we welcome you, sir. We are waiting for your session. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. So, good afternoon. I hope, ma'am, I can do justice to what you have just said. I hope I'm audible. Am I audible? Yes, okay. So, what I have done is, I have tried to create this in such a way that some of these things are part of what we have been doing, or maybe we have taken up to after the pandemic, and some of the things are newer. Now let me also first put, other than the disclaimer that I have put here, see, I am not going to say that these are the ideas which are attributable to any of the organizations that I represent, and I have no conflict of interest, that also. But other than that, I don't claim to be an expert in everything, though I am here today. But I'm just going to share some of these things which I have learned over a period of time with experience, and there is a possibility that there is somebody who's done more than what I have. So please feel free to share, or or tell me that this is a better way to do it. I'll be happy to do it, because we all learn from each other. So having said that, this was a challenge. Madam said that we want to do something on artificial intelligence, and I said, can be, but then should we? So what I did was, I thought we will have some thought processes, and we will bring in some experiences, and I will share some, and I will make you do a few things hands-on, because then I thought it becomes a meaningful, and it becomes a workshop, and we also experience some things. When we share, we will also learn from each other. So that was the idea, right? So that's the whole thing which I have planned. These are the objectives that you can see. So we will try and look at the different technology that we can look at. Some of these are very simple. We can easily import and use it in our day-to-day practice in what we do. And then we will also look at AI. Now AI is coming in a big way. There are so many things. ChatGPT has already been all over in the news, including issues with ChatGPT being an author for the articles that we write, that is manuscripts. There are a lot of debates going on. We have also some other things like Quillbot. We have so many other tools as well. There are plugins available. So and we will also look at some of the ethical practices. And that's where I said that, can we have them as authors, or if so? So I will just tell you about some of the guidelines which have come in recently. Okay. Though some of the journal houses like Elsevier has accepted ChatGPT as one of the authors, and there are, I'm told, I was looking up, I think some 2-3 weeks back, Apparently, ChatGPT authored articles in PubMed have crossed 1,000 number. That's a huge number, right? But that's what is the case, it seems. Of course, I didn't go into look into individual articles, but that was one of the things I found. The other thing is, we will also try to look at, some of the ideas, and you can probably think of and brainstorm. So I'm starting with, since I said SimTech, now I believe that this college and other colleges, all of them also have skill lab now, because it's a mandatory thing, right? Now let's look at how many of us are using it. Let's, see this, sir, you are using it. How many of us are using it, the skill lab? Okay, so few. For teaching, yes sir, for teaching, we are using. Are we using it for assessment as well? Few of us maybe, but we have started. If you look back, some time back we were not, but now we have started at least using it. And those who are not, I would encourage you that use it. See, we may think that why, and there's no dearth of patient. Many of us feel that, when we have live patients, what is the necessity of using a skill lab? But I'll tell you, see, there is a reason for it, and there's also a thought process. Yes, I do understand, and I do agree that we are blessed in a country like India that we have no dearth of patients, which is not the case in many of the Western countries. And that's why they had to evolve all these things. But having said that, let's also understand that patients are humans. And we also know sometimes when we have learned, we have not been the right, way we should have done. I mean, we know that. There have been times where we have probably caused a discomfort and even, probably some things went wrong maybe. Not always, but yes. So we survived, and thankfully there were also people not so much aware, or maybe they were like not protesting so much. But now we have these. So what we can do is we can use this so that our students actually can practice without fear, because if something goes wrong, still the stakes are not so high when they are doing it with the patients. So this becomes a good platform for them to start learning few things, and then they start and do it. If you know, dentistry already had something like that, though they don't call it sim this thing, but they had phantom head. Phantom head laboratory has been there in dentistry. Since the time I have studied, I have seen my counterparts in dentistry working on phantom heads. And then they start in the third year with the real patients. So in a way, it's already simulation, right? So we should also think of it that way and adapt, because it's important for us to do that, because a lot of things can be possible here. Now, when we talk of sim, again, we can be a little creative and innovative. Would anybody want to share, what you have tried out in sim labs, or maybe you can share, or, sir said that you are using, sir is using. So, sir, can you please share that what kind of things you're doing? Mic can be passed on to sir.
Training and assessment, both we are doing, sir. So initially,
training and
assessment.
Also. Okay.
So initially,
which college is this, sir?
GEMS,
oh, this GEMS. Okay, okay.
I am an anesthesiologist, sir, head of department of anesthesiology.
Okay.
So what we do is we train them initially. I give a set of questions. Pre-test will be there. Again, after that, we show the skill. Again, we teach them. Post, we keep a test again. We tally both the papers, pre and post, and this is the way of assessments. Other one is OSCE type stations. We keep stations different. So we see whether they are doing it correct or not. So this is the type of simulation what we are practicing for cannulation, Foley's catheterization, endotracheal intubation, and also chest compression, or BCLS.
Okay.
Yes.
And all these things your department is
yes,
handling.
Sir, we are looking after that.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Just pass on the mic to sir.
Sir, yeah, good afternoon. I am Dr. Srikakulam Reddy, sir, from Associate Professor from GSL College.
GSL.
Sir, I am from Department of Community Medicine.
Oh, okay.
So we teach our students when we are dealing with clinical social case, like for example for ANC or for PNC, in a stretch we teach the general. So when we come for ANC, we cannot be able to show them the fundal grapes and others. So we take the batch students 30. So we show them on the stimulator. We have a stimulator lab in GSL. We on the stimulator lab, we show them how to do, put hands-on training on them, and post and pre and post, we conduct tests.
Okay, thank you, sir. And I mean, that's, I think, not many community medicine departments are doing what you said, because we kind of assume that the gynecology department would have taken care of it. You know, so that's why we don't do this, though we do, in our case, we do bedside, because we have attachment, though we are private college, we have a unique thing that we are attached to the government hospital, both the government district hospital and the maternity hospital, 2 different hospitals. And this has been there from 1955, so we are blessed. We have, you know, a unique partnership, so that way. But that's a good thing, yes. Anyone else would like to share? So another thing, in case you're not doing, I would suggest, though it may be a little diversion from the main topic, but one very important thing in any of these things, especially when you're doing simulation, is you need to spend time debriefing. That's very, very important. What happens many times, the debriefing is very short, but we need to have a good debriefing, which doesn't always happen. I'm not saying you are not doing or you're not doing, but this is one thing which I would like to emphasize, because what happens is, that's where the maximum learning also happens. So first we should, and I would suggest the ideal way to do it is, first ask them to reflect, and they will come out and they will say. It could even be that, you know, what are the things that they did well, what were the challenges, or what they felt that they could have improved on. So you ask them. And then you can even encourage peer feedback. Why this is important is, see, going forward, this is what we want them to inculcate, whether it is the SDL that we were talking about, or see, we all want our learners to be independent. So this is very important, and this gives us again an opportunity that we can encourage that, and then we start giving our feedback, our observations. So that is very, very important. Now when I design something, I just take you through quickly through the steps. I'm sure that some of you would be doing it. So there are, you know, various approaches. I'm using the Kern 6-step approach. So we start with the identification of a problem, and then we do a needs assessment, followed by what is my goal or objective for this particular activity. I'll go through those things, and then I design the whole thing thinking of what educational strategies I will use, implement and evaluate. So let's look at, sorry. So how do I decide? So I identify. Now see, there are so many things in my curriculum. Say when I talk about community medicine, or say your subject anesthesiology or maybe pharmacology or whatever. Now I need to think that what are the things which will be suited when I use simulation. One more thing is, simulation can be different ways. So sir talked about, you know, that they have a simulator for doing bundle grips. Sir talked about you know, BLS and other things. So we have different simulators, and sometimes it may be just a task trainer. People from pharmacology usually would identify when I say this. Not just pharmacology usually has, you know, just an arm. So they try to give that, you know, the when you want to give an injection, so they would train them on that. So it's not a complete mannequin, but it's a task trainer. So we need to look at what resources I have, what do I need, and then is it feasible? Because I might want to do it, but I don't have the task trainer. Or for example, I don't know what they have, but Lucina is one of the maternity suite. Okay, so Lucina is not available, and how can I go and, or I have a mannequin which cannot be like shown for pregnancy related changes, or maybe, so I cannot use it. So that's there. So we have to look at that as well. And then I've given you some examples, sir already talked. Once I do that, I also should know that is it important for my learners, and what they need to learn or practice. Don't put everything just because I have the availability, I will put. It should be the other way.
And what am I expecting? Generally, I expect them to be a certain level, that is competency, which is competent enough to do the basic things. So anything, including patient examination. Sir talked about, even, see, very good thing is when they want to do that ear examination, otoscopy. Very good thing to use a simulation lab. So we should try and use for these kind of purposes. Now, even if you look at some of our competencies that have come, this is one of the common complaints. I'm like, not sure whether it is still waiting to come, but you'll say that our competencies have been cut down, we don't have much show-how competency, we have only one, we have, this is what, even, ma'am, yesterday I was there at, on the way when I stopped at Geetham. So there somebody said from ophthalmology, I have only one competency in glaucoma. And that's the only competency, but glaucoma is so important. So, this is usually the complaint. And of course, I said that I am not very familiar because I'll have to look into, then I made her read. So that competency was, first of all, not framed properly, but that so many things were there. Okay, so again, see, competency may not be there, or it may be entangled with some other things. And what I learned is probably what they have done is diseases of the anterior chamber is another competency. Okay, in some way that's written. You can include glaucoma there also. So again, we have to look at it. See, when we look at it, we just sometimes see and say that, oh, this is not there. But actually speaking, even I realized when I went through the document, there are so many things, and some of the things are put in some other departments also. And some of them are integration. Like for example, initially my department had a lot of issues. They said, all our programs have been taken and some have been put in pharmacology. How is that possible? Why should they teach? Why not us? That's the thing. But what we understand is, see, this is again one of the ways is it's an experimentation phase. Though there are things which I don't agree with, and especially this lot of flip-flop every now and then. But I think probably they are also not clear. The people sitting there are also like, so we'll not discuss that, but because that's out of scope. But what we have to understand is certain basic things we have to make sure that we bring out and then we teach them. Make sure that use this sim as well. Now once you have defined the goal and the purpose of the simulation, link it to the competency. And as I said, for that I need to have a thorough reading. Because what happens is when I read only certain specific, or I read only two topics. For example, I read only, maybe a communicable disease. And in fact, if you see community medicine, again the CDs, that is communicable disease and non-communicable, it's a very superficial, broadly written. But if I go only by that, there are so many diseases to be covered, I will not do it. So I will have to, again, based on that, derive my specific learning objectives, link it to that, I think it's 8 or 7 competency number, okay? And then I have to align my objectives and the goals. Based on that, I will design a simulation strategy and then see what I need to use, partial trainer or I need a full mannequin, and accordingly. And now if I have to use these and say like I have to also plan, take all 250 together. So I need to see to it that I do it in batches or groups. So the scheduling has to be done that way. So all these things have to be kept in mind, and then we have to, as I said, practice, feedback and reflection. Because this is where the learning happens. It's not just that they do it, also with that we give them an opportunity to give a reflection and then feedback, and then if required again. So ensure the mastery learning and progressive difficulty levels. So this is how it will happen. Now, when we do this, it's a good idea to start documenting it. First, prepare a document. Two things happen. One, you have documented. The other thing, all your faculty page. Because what happens if I initiate, generally this is a tendency, or if I have initiated with another colleague of mine, we are the only ones who will be driving it, running it, everything. Others will probably be aloof. They will not even know what's happening. It's a fact. I'm accepting that. So it's a human tendency. So what we need to do is at least that document is there. Tomorrow the others can, and we can even circulate, get inputs. So some ownership comes. So that then if required, if they need to know certain things, please give them pre-reading material. Again, you don't have to give a hard copy, you can, and nowadays they are very adept at all these mobiles, and so push that and expect them to read and come. Now again, that is a challenge because many times we have tried, not for SIM only, sometimes they don't read. Yes, I agree that's a challenge, but we can have a effort, and the other thing is we can also have a precondition that those who are not prepared or those who have not talked about pre-test, you can even have a knowledge test, and you say that, okay, now today you are not qualified or you're not eligible enough, we'll have to wait, you take your next turn. We start doing that 2 or 3 times, automatically they will do the basics and come. So it's both kind of a thing. And of course, whatever we arrange, it should be in realistic. Now let me show you some examples. Now here, I talked about SIM. Now in this, I'm not sure how many of you can see, we had to do electives. So this year, February and April, we had some electives. So one of the electives my department had proposed was to fundamentals of manuscript preparation. Okay, this was for 3rd year. Now this was already proposed and all, but when it came to running it, then my HOD called and said that you take this and run. So I said, please give me the document that you had submitted to college, because 10 students opted for it. So finally when I got it, what I did was, I said, okay, now because see, this is not the routine thing. We've been doing this kind of a thing for a posting also, and our students publish. But since this was elective, only 10 students, I wanted it to be a notch higher. And I wanted some competencies to be developed. So this is the assessment I devised. I also prepared a logbook, okay? And what we did was, we had a hybrid kind of a thing. I went on to first day after introduction, made them create a WhatsApp group where I was also added. So we had some interactions over there. I pushed some of the PDFs and some YouTube video links there, okay? And I said, please, and YouTube videos, you have to be careful. Don't post some which are 30 minutes, 25 minutes, 1 hour. Trust me, very unlikely that somebody will watch. I mean, students, present day students, I'm saying, okay? If it's short, 5 to 10 minutes, they will watch. Because somehow that's kind of tendency which has been noticed now. So we have to see to it that, if you have multiple of short, that is still okay. But again, don't give them 10 of them. If you give 2 or 3, yes. But you give 10, most likely again ignored. Okay, I mean, we have to also see, with the changing times, we also have to adapt. So used to do that, and then used to send some things, focus things, and sometimes some document, if it's 6 pages, I particularly want you to look at this section, and so we built in that. Now if you see here, we brought in literature review. So we gave them sessions also, and we told all of them, like we have told you, so they should bring laptops, and then after the thing, we made them do using the Boolean search operators, so they had to do it. So again, if you see, we have built in that, this. Then another thing was, we also gave them, actually it's Mendeley here, but we did Zotero. One of my colleagues said that Zotero is better, so we went with Zotero. Zotero again, and then hands-on. For the assessment again, for these students, only, I think if I remember correctly, 8 turned up on the final day of assessment. I took 2 to 5, 3 hours of assessment. Why? Because it was individualized. So what we did was, when they came, so they had to anyway prepare a manuscript, but for assessment we wanted to see, have they learned this literature search? Can they use Zotero? So all that, if I have to look at, I want to do that test properly. So what I did, I prepared chits. We had 10 or 12 chits, and I said, okay, these are topics, simple topics, okay? We just created some and said, come forward, pick a chit. So that is your topic. Now you have to, I'll give you about half an hour. Look up some of these, articles in this field, and you should have at least 3 to 5 articles minimum, okay? And then after this, read a few things, import it into Zotero, create a document, Word document, use Zotero to put it as a reference, then come and show it to me individually. Now if you see, tech is also used. We have seen to it that they have to demonstrate, and if they don't meet, they don't get those marks. And this was told to them on the first day itself. So of course it was curtailed to 2 weeks. Now we know that NMC has curtailed to, but it was told on the first day, and we told them that these are the things, and you need to have at least 30 out of 50, to qualify. So expectations are set right on the first day. Things are there, we are facilitating, there is a group also. Of course, this could be possible because it's a smaller group and elective. So I'm again showing you examples so that you get some idea. So this was done. And then, trust me, all of them individually could do that. They could do a search, they could import the articles into Zotero, they could, and I told them when they came also, I said, now, okay, remove this. I want you to show me change. Remove this particular second reference. Now you show me how it. They did it. So I'm happy if my student at third year level, trust me, when I was a PG, I could not do this. Of course, long years back, but you know, and even now many PGs and some faculty can't do it. So if my student at third year can do that, I'm happy. I'm really happy. Okay. What have we done? We have taken and raised the bar, and we've ensured that they are going to do it themselves. So tomorrow when they become PG, hopefully they'll be better placed than many others, right? So that this is again one of the examples. So this is what I showed you. This is another thing. We were talking about certain things in the morning. Now see, we can use this. What you see, the crossword labs, that's again a site. I do not know how many of you, anyone, you've used MEM? Very interesting, right? Of course, there are other sites also. So crossword labs, okay? And when you do this, it will generate. See, so you need to just prepare some of these questions. You don't have to bother about. So when you do this, and next I will show you, this is the crossword it gives me. Okay? Now you can do both way. You can do it online, you share the link, or you can print it out. I prefer not to print it out, okay, until unless I have a very small group or I'm doing it group wise. But otherwise, and they are happy to do it on mobile. Now Dr. Nachiket said that mobile, you know, there was a debate, but for certain things I allow them to use the mobile because I want them to, you know, use it productively. So this is again, you know, we do this and this is created, and another thing is this can be like archived. So I can use it further again if I want it after some time, a year, 6 months, so I can use it again. I can modify if I want, or I can copy some and then again I take and I make another one with additional some questions, so that is possible. Now see, I don't have to struggle and make. The site does it for me. And this is how the answers are. So we can also, if I'm doing, I can even show them the answers. So first when we discuss, and then they say like, this is the answer which is shown. This I'm sure that many of you have done, Mentimeter. I'm not touching much because Mentimeter now is very restricted. Last I used it was 5 questions, you know, 4 to 5 questions, 5 slides. But this is again, now this again, you know, it's a very nice thing and very interesting. We used it and I used it. And this is another thing is, you know, when you ask them to type a response, automatically it creates something like a word art, okay, which is very interesting, and especially if you're doing it live, it keeps coming and, you know, very nice. So again, it's fascinating for students also. But what I'm going to show next is important. This is a site called Quizzes, okay. Has anyone used this here? Quizzes, Quizzizz, Quizzes, okay, very interesting. The good thing is, it's free, okay, and we can use this. I used it even, and you know, how did I learn about this? My daughter, who now currently is in 10th, so pandemic time, she used to do this because online teachers were doing from school. So once she told me and I was like, okay, I was curious, I interested. So I looked at it and I said, oh, this is nice. And she used to be very excited because I'll show you the next slide. So what happens is, you can, if you're running it live, and I could do that now actually, I will do that demo if possible, I'll do it now. So what happens is, very interestingly, you will see it live what, you know, the positions are. And ultimately 3 or 5 positions can be shown with the podium and the crown and all that. So students get very excited. I have used the same thing last year for the state level quiz of IMA for undergraduate students. And we had 56 teams. So we used it for the preliminary round and then shortlisted 6 teams for the final, which happened finally in physical form. So this is what we used, and this was good because ultimately at the back end you can get the entire Excel sheet. And you also know which team has answered which question, what, and it also gives you question wise, I mean, if I want to know analysis and everything. So if I'm a teacher, if I want to know how did this, like we talk about in MCQ that, you know, item analysis, not that complicated, but simply it gives me each of the question, how it has fared. So for me is also an insight that, oh, or if many people are going wrong, then that means let me look at question again. Has that been that the case that I framed it in some way which was not easy to comprehend? So this is a very nice site. And this is what I was saying. See, this shows. So if the people enter their name, it will also show, and it will be very nicely. So first, second, third, and you know, students get excited. And when you're doing it live, you will see even the positions and all that. So I think, you know, I just wanted to give a demo of this. I think it should work. I've kept it open and I'll just try to run that. Okay, so what you'll need to do is you'll need to go to join my quiz. Okay, joinmyquiz.com, and I'll tell you the code because code will come when I start that. So go to joinmyquiz.com. Mobile. Yes, that's the best thing. You can do it on mobile. So joinmyquiz.com. Again, if you see here, I'm not sure how many can see from the back. You know, you can actually assign it as a homework. You can put it in a paper mode, print it out, or you can even do a live quiz. I'm going to do a live quiz right now. So I will just tell you the code. Just give me a moment. It will come up. So join my quiz and I will tell you the code just in a moment. So the code is 805307. Again, if you are not interested in putting your real name, it's okay. You can put anything. You can put a pseudonym, anything. Okay, so the thing is 805307. That's the code. So I see the people are joining, that's coming on there. See, so many people have joined. You see, so many people have joined. As you keep 805307. 805307. So just for the people who have still not gotten, joinmyquiz.com, and then you just type in 805307. So are we good to go? Shall we start? Yes? Okay. See, this whole thing is part of. So now you will get your questions. Are you getting it? So please answer. See, somebody's answered. Varsha has answered one question. Somebody else has answered. Teja has answered. Siri answered, but I think 0. So that means probably was not correct. Okay? So see, the live feedback is shown there. And this is very exciting. Okay? Again, there are settings you can tweak, you can even time it, you can, so many things. You can allow multiple response, all those things can, I mean, you can, like if I go wrong, I can come back and again keep doing the wrong ones again. See, so the bar will tell you that how many correct, how many red is a wrong one, green is a correct one. So you keep getting that update, and you know, till you finish, so whoever is finally the topper will also be shown. So it becomes a very nice thing. We can use it for multiple things, including formative assessment in between the class when we want to check their understanding, so all that. So this, I found that this is a very nice app. Okay. And good thing is, you don't have to download anything. So students don't have to download, I don't have to download. And your account you have to create, that you can even link to your Gmail. So I don't actually, what I do is I sign in using my Gmail account. So we'll just wait for 1 minute, and then somebody finishes that, I'll stop it maybe after 1 or 2 people finish it. Now to tell you what you are attempting, I think it's the tribal health. This is the actual quiz I ran in 21, okay. This was for my students. We have a chapter for those people from community medicine, tribal health. So I made some of the questions like this, and then, you know, just, so people were very excited, very interested. Another thing, let me tell you, the scores that you get is also depending on how fast you're doing it, how many correct you're getting, so it takes into account multiple things. Now you can program, you want only correct to be seen and all, those things can be programmed, but here it takes into account how fast somebody answers, how many correct it answers, and, like, you know, those things are also there. So it's a very interesting way, and the spreadsheet that I get will give me all the details and all the things that are answered and everything. See, I am also getting on top 35% or 34% class accuracy. Means in this class we have 34% of the people who are getting it right. So in a general way, I am getting a feedback that this class has only 34% of the people are following, and then this is what is the feedback for my teaching. Has anybody completed? Okay. Shall I stop this? Let's see. I'm not sure if I do it in the in between, so what happens? Because usually I let it. Okay. So now see, when I stopped it, you see, there's a person called Che, CHE, the first, second is RST, and third is Varsha. Okay. So this is how it is. Again, you see the live this thing, okay, and again this will show me the number of questions that person got it correct. So 1, 2, 3, 4 and 7 was correct from Shay, and then 1, 2 and 4 and 6. So this is also displayed, and as I said, at the back end I will get that spreadsheet which will give me everything. Okay, so this is an interesting way. I'm not saying use it every time, then the novelty is lost, but what happens is this is one of the tools which we can use it, and we can use it you know, in a nice way to check for understanding, make it fun, so all that. So I'll stop it. Just wanted to give you the flavor of this so that you have an idea. Right, so let's continue. So this is, as I said, this is, you know, a good tool, and that's, you saw that already. So, you know, these are screenshots. Now, tell me. So you have to go to quizzes.com, okay, and then you create a login. If you have a Gmail ID and you are okay to link it to that, you can do that, which I have done. Okay, I have one Gmail ID which I don't very frequently. I have a. So that's what I'm coming to that. So then you create. Okay, so then you can. And again, one more thing I'll tell you. For certain things, there are already questions are already there also. If you want to use them, fine. Of course, most of the times for our subjects may not be, but you can take some of them if you want, or you can even modify them, or otherwise you create. So what you need to do is you need to have some document, Word document already where you have the questions, then you paste. Now see, as I said, this is 2021 ka thing, okay? I'm using it today. So I have quite a few of, I think I have 7, 8 on this account. Actually I had one more this thing which somehow I missed, and that I think I'm not able to log in. But this one I have 7, 8 of them already. So I can use it whenever I want. So you need to create it once and then that will be there. Now when I ran today, now today's also will be logged in as a different Excel file. When I ran in 21, or if I ran this in 22, so there will be all different outputs which will be there. So I can keep that and then I can, you know, analyze it or whatever. So creating is not very difficult. It takes a little time, but if you have the questions ready on a Word document, you can just copy paste. It's very simple. And again, there's no limit, like, I mean, that's what I remember of late if they've changed. So I have one with 25 or 30 questions. Of course, you have to give more time, but that's also there, right? I think this had only 8 or 10 questions or something. So that's one thing. And again, as I said, what I do is, sometimes like I told you here also, you don't have to write your actual name, because what I'm interested in is, you know, and participation and have you learned. So the students also are very excited and they are not threatened that sir knows that, you know, so and so is getting, and my other colleagues or my other friends are seeing that I am not doing well. So when you see what I've learned from Dr. Ramnaran, you know, one of the doyens of medical education, he said, see, learning should be fun. Similarly, you know, formative assessment, you don't have to always, they should not be threatened. In fact, he quotes one example. Once he went, he used to do that, you know, long years back. So he used to go and take tests. So one day he went and he said that today I'm going to give you a test. Immediately everybody, a lot of noise, halla gulla, this, that. No, how can, you didn't inform. He said, no, just a practice, you know, I want to know where I stand, how much I have been able to teach you. Then he said, okay, let's do one thing. You will take the test, we will take this, don't have to write your name and just drop it in this Dropbox. Everybody agreed. Everybody agreed, because now the test is anonymous. I don't know, you know, what's my score. He said, see, when I did that, everybody was happy to give that. At the same time, they probably also understood where they stood, because what he did is after dropping, he discussed all of them. And he said more than that, what he did was, of course, that time it was physical, so you have to, you know, so what he did was, no, he analyzed all of them and he realized there were 2 questions where 65 to 70% people had gone wrong. So he said that gave me a feedback that probably that was a muddy, you know, sir talked about, right, muddy point. So that was a muddy point. Maybe I was not clear enough to convey that particular, you know, concept. So he said, so he again went back and he said that, see, this is what I found. I think you haven't understood, is that the case? And then he explained again in a different way. So see, these are the things. Now, of course, we have technology, we can use this. And as I said, this also can give us feedback. At the same time, if I want to know that, you know, they have to, then they have to. And this is where I'm showing the next one. Now here, we've, you know, we should not ignore the old thing, that is good old forms, whether it's Google form or Microsoft forms. And again, if you type this and try it out, you can take this also. This is only 4 or 5 questions, okay? Again, here, if you don't want to, don't write your name, don't have to write your, I put that because I've adapted it from one of the tests, actually we gave it to the students. So please type this out and you will go to a particular form and then you will see that, you know, there are some questions. And the reason I'm asking you to do this is also to show you another aspect of it. Just to tell you, is https then colon / twice t.ly / fj_05. Anyone has a difficulty reaching that? Got it, sir? Yeah, so that's what I said, it's modified from, so you don't have to write, you can write 1, 2, 3, 4, you can write 1, 2, whatever, it will take any number you give. Basically, as I said, this was for our students, and this we want them to write the number. Now, another interesting thing is, just try, sir, check with your neighbor, your question number 1 and 2, and what is the question number 1 and 2 with the other person in your table. Is it the same? Is it different? So question number 1, 2, 3, whatever, the order of questions, yours and your neighbors may not be the same. So what I am trying to say is that, see, even if you are sitting together, the questions that you have are in different order. It's shuffled. Has anybody tried to compare the order of questions on the same table? Any 2 or 3 people can check that, whether your question and the other person's question are in the same sequence. Mostly it will not be. Yes, it won't be, sir. Because there is a shuffle option. But you will see that first 2 things, Mahe number and your name is same because I have locked that. So first 2 things have been locked. Any of you have submitted it? Yes. So submit and then there is an option view response. Go to that. What do you see? 5 out of 6, and do you get the answers? Right. So that's what I'm trying to show you. So when you do this and you submit, you will be able to see the response. And again, actually in this I have put it in such a way that you can re-attempt it. Now I can lock it to 1 attempt. I can keep it to multiple attempts. This is again why I am showing you this is that one, I can do it in class and there will be different people having different questions in order. The other thing is I can make them do multiple times also because I have kept that setting. And third is they can get the feedback directly then and there. So somewhere it will say try again or oops or whatever, and it will say, oh, well, wonderful or well done, you got it right. Okay, and then it will sometimes give you explanation. Now this is a wonderful way where again the student can self-learn. We can do it even when we open it when they are in hostel or wherever they are. So that is also possible. So this again when we create it, it requires us to put those explanations when we are creating it. And again the advantage is once I create it, I can use it multiple times. I can edit it, like one question I edited. There's a question on the number of languages of Arogya Setu. When I did it last time it was 11, today it's 12. Today it's 12, right? So, and you get also the explanation which are the languages. So see, if I'm interested, I get to know and I know that these are the languages which are available. When I did it last time, today I modifed it when I was sitting there in the lunch time. So, that also we have to do. So we can modify, but good thing is I've already got the framework ready. Okay, so shall we move on? I just wanted to give you an idea and flavor of this so that so see we do not neglect this because this has been there for ages. Google Forms have been there for ages and it opens a lot of possibilities for us. Only thing is we need to think and utilize it in a different way. So it's a very simple thing. All of us can do it on mobile, but we need to think that how and where we should use it. Okay. Then the next thing I am showing you, Microsoft Teams. I think ma'am you had asked me some platform, but I thought I will not use all those Zoom and all. But Microsoft Teams, we have it. We use Microsoft Teams even now. In fact, we use for meetings, for many other. So what I am showing you is, see, you had a session for SDL in the morning. Now here this is what we have done is SDL. Let me try and enlarge this if I can. Okay, so see, what we do is we give them beforehand instructions. We have groups created for each of the batches. So we push this message and we also give them sometimes some of the resources that we want them to learn from. So usually it will be either textbook and maybe 1 or 2 more resources. But again, as I said, we try not to give them too comprehensive because we did that and we fumbled with that and we realized that no point giving them 5 things which are too vast. Nobody will read it. So keep it simple, and then after that, on the day of designated day when it is scheduled for SDL, we again put a question on the forms and the link is shared. Okay. Now for this, we also take this for formative assessment, and in this we want them to put the credentials. The other thing is, though I showed you that we have the same forms linked to this Microsoft Teams and our Outlook, because we have that Outlook ecosystem. So what we do is we lock it in such a way that only a MAHE registered candidate can log in, and automatically the form will take their registration number and the email ID. Though if I put it or not, I put it though, but it will automatically capture. So when I log in, it will automatically have that email ID animesh.jain@manipal.edu, or whatever my number or employee number, that will automatically be captured. So why this is important is because if I am using it for formative assessment, I need that detail. Then we also put your name and number, because we want double check in, so that we do. Okay. Now if somebody deliberately puts wrong or by mistake puts wrong, I still have the original capture, because that's the ID they have used. Now it's a different thing that, you know, instead of madam, I use her ID and then, you know, or I use her device and put mine. That's a different thing. But nobody will, because see, then in that case, madam will lose, because once she has attempted, I have attempted from hers, she cannot, right? So that's one thing which we have been doing. So this is again a good thing even for SDL, and what we do is we either follow it up with discussion, or sometimes that itself takes care, because if we have built in that, what I said, that, you know, that explanations, so that is also possible. So these are some of the things we have tried in SDL. Yes, please. Not necessary in exam. This is not necessary in exam. See, this is one of the forms of assessment.
From one another.
It's possible, but see, that's what the time limit. I've given them 8 minutes for 10 questions, or sometimes, you know, so and it's not as easy. And if they do also, as I said, it will be very little weightage. I'll be happy, and I'll tell you, on an average, I'll tell you, we have a batch of 250. We rarely find more than 150, 160 responses. That's also, I'm being very optimistic. Most of the time will be around 120, 130, 108, 110, like that.
Okay.
And I'm telling you from experience, you know, they don't answer. Though we, that's the next thing. But you know, this is what so somehow it will never be that, you know, I'll reach 90% response. No, true, sir. No, they don't learn, sir. Sir, we can make an effort. We can make an effort, that's all. See, with all our efforts, if they don't learn, see, we can't, I mean, you can take the horse to the water, you can't force it to drink. So we make, you know, in good faith, we make an attempt. Now this is another thing that you can do. So what you can do is, see, you can even give sorry. So you can even do assessments here, okay? So we post an assessment, assignment they have to. So certain things now we have tried, and actually now we have an LMS also. Okay, we had an LMS, we changed over to another LMS. So, but we were using in between, and in Famer also we have, somebody was talking about, so Famer, we have used this also in, you know, yes. So we have used this, and we have also another thing which you see, files. So if I want something to be shared with the entire batch, since we have groups made on Teams, I post it there and I post a message that this has been shared, all of you can look into it. So that's also possible. So again, if you see, this is a nice way where we can use this, because what I'm saying is, see, over a period of time, we have to start thinking of, olden days we could do it only with classroom learning, you know, even chalk and board and things. But nowadays it's different. So we also have to adapt. If we don't, I always believe that if we don't move, you know, according to what the changing times are, we'll get extinct. So we have to move, you know. Okay, we might decide that I won't move in that fast pace, I will not adapt to everything, but certain basic things we will have to, because otherwise we become redundant. So we have been learning with these people also, because these students, you know, they are different. And see, if you see, these are the, like, this is reflective practice submitted. So now, in fact, I have not tried. When I was preparing 3-4 days back, I saw ChatGPT can actually help me score these. The theoretical written thing, provided I train it a little, It can help me. AI can actually help me. I have not tried it, as I said. Maybe you can explore, but that's possible now. So you have, because what happens is, again, when I make them write reflection, then again I have to go through them and then grade them. So that's again a tedious job, but again this is happening. Okay, so that in future we will have AI assisted. In fact, I do not know how many of you have noticed nowadays, if you have a Truecaller, that call comes and then it prompts you that next time your AI assistant can, or your Truecaller assistant can handle this, and if required they will pass it on that you should answer, otherwise they will only finish it off. If it's a spam, they'll it does that. I'm seeing that Truecaller says that this call can be handled by, so this is the technology. And just yesterday when I came, I breezed through the, I was told that if you have a Digiyatra, so because I had a failed attempt some few months back in June in Pune, okay, but I had done that once more in Bangalore, it was fine. So yesterday I was thinking no, but then I saw the queue was really less in Digiyatra, hardly 2-3 people. I did that and I breezed in. So it's very easy. So all these are AI things, now we have to adapt. We like it or not, one day we have to. Now, I'll stop for a brief while and I want you to now think. So I've given you some, some thoughts, some ideas. Now think of where you can implement this kind of a thing, some kind of tech. Keep in mind that you have to include these or AI tools or whatever. So think of where you can implement it, okay? And think of those people who are like faculty interested in any kind of tech, AI integration, keep that in mind. Because again, see, we know that there is diversity. So even in the department, some people will be more prone, more likely to take up. And also think of what are the strategies you will think of when you want to implement, and there will be people, no, like, status was good, why? So think of that. 15 minutes I'll give you. Put that ideas on paper. You can do it in groups, you can do it jointly with 2 or 3 people. But what I'm interested in, please do it so that we share some ideas. And it's possible that you might come up with some really good ideas. So 15 minutes for that, and then we'll listen from you. What I'm interested in, think of what tech, if it's simulation, if it is forms, or any other thing, or if you are doing something already, you can probably even share that. So what happens is everybody else also gets to know of, okay? Because the idea is also in this workshop, I want to share some good practices. What I have realized it, as ma'am said, I keep traveling. Last week I was at MTMC Jamshedpur, everywhere, somewhere or the other. Yesterday morning I was at Sankara Bangalore. So I've realized that there are a lot of pockets of excellence, but we are doing it and we are keeping it to ourselves. Not with any other intention, because we never thought that it's worth sharing. And what I realize is, oh, you're doing such a wonderful work. Why are you not showing it to the, the entire world? People may want to emulate it. And one more thing I want you to understand is, we are very poor at documentation and publication. When we are doing it, I think we have to start doing this. Because, see, Western country, they do this much, but noise is this much. Ours is this much of work, this much is noise. It's true. So we have to learn this art of conveying and then publishing it, because then only it becomes an evidence and people start taking that. Nowadays, that's the world. Okay? So I'm saying it from my experience, because we do a lot of things. Even we, see now at least I'm happy, we have PBL which has published a few years back. We have CBL is in the pipeline. We have published some of the things already. We have documented October to December 2022 issue of Indian Journal of Community Medicine. We have talked about in brief in 4 pages the research curriculum that we have for the undergraduate. In fact, ma'am mentioned about the innovative teaching learning. 2019 I got awarded for that, because we have this program for 20 years now. So we decided, why not share it? So we've talked about it, So we need to start doing that, because once we do that, then automatically world knows. The other thing is that way again, people will start replicating it. So think of within what you are doing and then, you know, put down some thoughts at least on paper and share so that we can look into them.
Halachi.
Maybe another 5 minutes, can we have some sharing of ideas? Yes. Okay. Okay, can we have some sharing of experience, please? Sir? Difficult, sir. Very good. Let's see. That's the next part, maybe after the break. But yes, we will look into that as well. I don't know what ChatGPT has given you. Let's see. Because, sir, of course, it's a little premature, but ChatGPT, we have to be a little cautious. You know, it sometimes gives you something rubbish also. I mean, rubbish in the sense like, you know, it's not really related to what you asked. So we have to use here this intelligence. It's not that, you know, copy it blindly and just put it there. Ultimately, human brain, exactly. So artificial is artificial only. Real intelligence is here. So, no, but see, we have to be prudent enough to use it in a right way and use it to our advantage. Yes, can we have some sharing of ideas, please? Anyone? Because I saw a lot of people working, writing and all that, so we can share. Simple. Yes. No, so tell me how exactly would you use this? I mean, okay. Yes, you could do that. Voice to typing has been actually there even in Word. Do you know that? Word also had that plugin and option was there. So we could do, in fact, I've seen my daughter do that earlier as well. You know, so these students and kids are very much aware of all these. We don't know many things, but they know. So once, then she said, I said, she said, this is Word, Microsoft Word. I'm like, okay. And this is a few years back, sir. So they can do it. You know, so it's possible, but yeah, now we have other tools as well. So we can use those. How does it help? Save time. Because again, if you type or write, it may be. But again, one thing is you'll have to check, because sometimes I have seen when we do this, some words are taken and then, you know, they get muffled. And sometimes some other word comes in places. Like what happens when we use the dictionary typing while typing and autocorrect. So similar things. So somebody has to actually proofread it. Because what happens is sometimes just something else will come and it may not be the correct thing or meaning, or you know, in Hindi they say no, arth ka anarth na ho jaye. So that will be a problem. So we have to, yes, we can use it, but we have to be a little careful. Somebody has to check and then read and sign, because ultimately, you know, that's what is important. So that is one. But I'm again thinking in terms of how we can use it for our you know, education, assessment, whatever.
Google Lens is one of the options. Google Lens we generally use for the images to take in the high capture pictures.
Google Lens.
Which we can put for the topics. And Grammarly Go one is a regular one which we use for our university.
So Grammarly can do two things. At least that's what I know. What do you use it for?
One, we can check for the Grammarly check as well as plagiarism. Both.
True. So
be
Grammarly can give you not just the grammatical corrections, but also gives you a plagiarism check. Though the plagiarism check is good, but it's not the best. Yes. But you can use it.
And one more we use is text scanner, sir. Like we have a textbook in front of us, like we have to write each and everything. We can have a text scanner and the phrases can be taken into the Word document as well. And we use an auto-generated PPT slide generator.
You have used that? I have not used it till now.
It's a slide generator, sir. The content has to be defined by us, not by the artificial intelligence.
I did look at one or two, but I didn't use it. I will show you one or two, but how does it work, sir? It's good?
Yeah, it's good, sir. The content has to be given by us, and the images and the designs and animations will be provided by the slide generator.
Which one did you use?
It's a slide generator.
Slide generator. Okay, that's good. Yes. So that is a little tedious thing. He is saying that slide generator itself will do it for us. So that's happening. We'll listen to him, sir, and then I'll come to you.
I'm a cardiothoracic surgeon, sir.
Cardiothoracic surgeon,
and
okay, sir.
We have a
let's listen here, please.
We have it's kind of software called as a Trimengtio.
3-man show.
3-man show.
Okay. And what is it about?
The normal CT scan chest, what we have to do and what the patient undergo in the scan. So we'll take the CD and we'll install it in this software. So the software automatically runs it, and we usually use it for the aortic surgeries, where the aorta is unfolded and it is given in a straight line, where all the 3 layers of the aorta, where it is torn or where it is dissected or where it is bulged or where it is aneurysmal, the aortic length, dimensions,
So
the
it will tell you.
curvatures, everything will be coming in.
Is it accurate?
It's accurate.
It's accurate.
It costs around 25 lakhs.
Oh,
Yes,
that software.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Okay. Is it a one-time or it needs like subscription or something?
It's one time.
One time. Because some of them, after you invest, then you need a subscription to keep it alive.
It's one time. Not unlimited, sir. Maybe 100
100 users, but that's enough. I mean,
Usually
100.
the company supports it actually.
Okay. Oh, maybe with passage of time and the technology becomes, more accessible, the cost may come down. But yeah, that's a good thing. Anyone else? I wasn't knowing of this. See, when I want to do something, my colleagues will say, "Arey, why you want to it's already running well, no? Why do you want to change?" So what are your things? How will you overcome that? Because there will be people who will say that, "Arey, don't bother, don't change." Okay. So what do we do? Until unless it comes from the top or management is a different thing. But see, if I want to initiate something, it's not as easy. They'll always be saying, "Arey, or you are doing, no, so you only do. We will not." So what do you do to convert those kind of people? That's what was, because this is a natural phenomenon encountered almost 95% of the times in everywhere. Sir, you were trying to share something.
They were before I was working with World Health Organization. So in one of the program, I was in NIRT Jabalpur, National Institute of Rural and Tribal Health. So we were making a roadmap. So the NIRT had used this artificial intelligence tool in one of the complex tribe called as the Shararia tribe in Rajasthan. So this they had certain set of vehicles, around 15 in India, which we were using artificial intelligence for detecting tuberculosis by chest x-rays without the help of any doctor. Chest x-rays, the sputum, the entire. So we were successful in it. Now we have implemented in the northeastern states.
Okay.
So this we have introduced in and around the medical colleges in India.
Okay.
This was introduced under the medical colleges complex.
So where in medical colleges?
It was first in Rajasthan. Now it has shifted to the northeastern states, the hard to reach areas.
Okay.
So in this medical colleges, parallel, vertical, along with community medicine, they were the front runners. Apart from it, radiology, microbiology, pathology, all were introduced.
Okay.
So this artificial intelligence, still it's working with WHO and in 2025.
And as we say in community medicine, sensitivity and specificity is good?
It's good, sir. It's good. I think Devi Madhavi madam is head for Andhra Pradesh state.
Okay.
Tuberculosis. Not in.
But you've been.
But you have earlier.
We have again related to tuberculosis only,
Yes.
another app they have developed which had a sensitivity of 70% to diagnose tuberculosis by just the cough sounds.
Yes.
So
That I
was the
think
thing.
even somebody else was piloting it also.
Yeah,
And
Swasa was one where we were
yes,
involved
Swasa,
in the research.
Exactly.
We were, I was one of the investigators.
Balu is also there.
Balu is there
from
now. They're doing
yes.
it in Karnataka totally.
Exactly.
And we did it in
I
Andhra
saw a
Medical
demo
College.
of that.
Yes.
Yes. So that's there. Yes. Very interesting actually. These things will change many things actually.
Right. In fact, we started that with only COPD. Then we tried it in COVID. We didn't have a high sensitivity in COVID. Then they shifted to tuberculosis. We found better results.
Yes.
So now.
And again, it depends on, because you need to train it. So AI, the fundamental is how you train
Machine
it and what.
learning. Yeah.
So, in fact, few years back, I had gone as an expert for one of the PhDs to Yenepoya, and dermatology HOD there had a candidate who was looking into, I forgot which skin condition, but they were trying to look at developing that AI system, and you know, it will look at that, and lesion can be just taken a picture with a smartphone, and it will kind of give you an idea that what is the diagnosis. Okay, for that they were actually doing it, and they were training the thing, because you need to feed in so many thousands of images to first train it. Okay, these are some of the things that you, now if I train it in a wrong way, then it will automatically be not giving me the correct results, and that's one of the issues with AI actually, you know. So you need to do it comprehensively and correctly, then only it will be, but that's one of the things with AI, but otherwise it's a good tool, and many a times it can also be used as to nudge us, like see, so it can give me a shortlist the diagnosis. Maybe you can say that, you know, it gives me 2 or 3 differential diagnoses. Now I can use my intelligence to finally see and, you know, corroborate with other things and say, okay, this is the thing. So I don't have to go through the entire thing of doing everything and, you know, using my time and intelligence and everything to, so that's another thing of AI. So that's again coming in a big way, and a lot of things will happen like this. Okay. Of course, I'm not touching on, you know, that there is telemedicine which is there. In many places actually it's working well. I'd seen it in 2010 in Nepal. I'd gone to one very remote interior, you know, hilly area, and they had a nice place, a primary health center. On the first floor of it, they had a telemedicine unit where they said from there the primary care doctor connects it to the hospital in Kathmandu, and, you know, weekly they do. So many of the things are diagnosed like that, and this is 2010. So I was like really amazed, because to go there I took some 3.5, 4 hours from Kathmandu, and finally I see that kind of a setup in a nice, beautiful, scenic, picturesque place with a, you know, nice small place of a PHC, and this was happening. In fact, I find that so many of these things in Nepal are also quite good. Sometimes we don't see our, you know, because we ignore that our neighbor, but then I think some of these things we can even see and learn from there. Right. So, ma'am, are we okay with a break or continue? I can continue, but I just wanted to check with you.
Yeah, 5 more minutes.
No problem. So what I'll do is, anybody else wants to share anything before I proceed? Anyone wants to share anything? Any other thing? Okay, so we move on. So let's look at now AI. We've been talking of AI. So now, just before I go into the AI proper, I want you to understand that, see, AI is nothing but basically, very simply put, it's you know, intelligent machines. We are trying to bring in machine to that level that they act and work like human beings. That's a very simple definition. Some say that simulation of human intelligence processed by the machines. That's the definition. You can think of that, you know, we are making in such a way that most of the things that humans are capable of, machines will start doing. Of course, there are certain limitations, but that's the idea. Okay, but if you look at it, involves lots of things. So it's not just, you know, machine or computer science or something, but it has so many other disciplines which go into it, including, you know, logical modeling, mathematics, because they have to look at so many complex things. This complexity makes it so interesting, but also at the same time challenging and sometimes controversial, because we have to look at so many things. So that's one of the crux of it. We can use it in education, and it has been tried out in multiple ways. So it can automate the grading, as I said. They've tried it out. In fact, there are articles which you can find where in USMLE and others they have tried it out. Okay. Not that they have already been using it now, but they've tried it out and they found that actually it's doing well. Similarly, we can also see to it that what is the student's need, and you can actually tailor make it, individualize it. Now, just to draw a parallel, I'll give you an example. How many of us have, you know, looked at a phone and said that, okay, I'm getting only these kind of prompts, or maybe side, you know, I'm getting, or maybe I'm looking at something, and then I start, if you look at some product, and you will start getting, whether it's your mail slide or, it starts, why? AI. Exactly. Related topics you start getting, and you won't be surprised. I have seen it myself. Once it happened, I think last month, I was busy that day, so I didn't see my phone from around 8:30 to 1 o'clock. Lunchtime I just opened. I had talked about something with a friend, and it started me showing So it's actually listening. Of course, then later I found that you can actually, go to Google settings, and because most of us are using Android phones. Some of us use the other, this Apple, but otherwise. So these are the things. Now that's listening to me, and it started prompting me with those. I'm like, how does it know? I have not even touched my phone today. It's been lying just like that. So this is what happens. So it's possible that what it does is, since I have looked for, it knows that I need something like that, so it starts prompting me every time. So this is what is possible. It's possible. Then we can also have AI tutors who will actually give additional support, and depending on the needs of the students, that can be done. Okay, and probably, I don't know, in future we don't know if teachers can be, though I would not imagine such a scenario, then I don't think that is going to happen. But the way things are, and one day we used to say, earlier we used to say one day probably medical education will become correspondence or distance learning, but I think the way things are, you never know. Many of the things will become online, and then only a little component will be offline. It is possible, because with COVID now we have seen so many changes, and our students hardly, I don't know what's the scenario here, they don't want to buy hard copy books. Now everybody is happy with PDFs, and these, and somebody was talking in the morning, Marrow, and that prep ladder, and these are the common ones. So this is what is the trend now. Some of them will look into some of the video lectures, even YouTube, lot of things. So somewhere we have to think that, how can we bring back their interest? The other thing is, how can we use some of these things? I'm not saying Marrow or prep ladder, but some of Before I go into this, see, I was talking about the articles and all. Now, Elsevier has agreed that ChatGPT can be author, but there is something known as ICMJE, that is International Committee of Medical Journal Editors, which gives us the guidelines, right? So, they have met and they have revised the guideline, if I remember correctly, in May this year, May 2023, May 2023, they released guidelines. They have elaborated this thing, but the crux is, they say AI, not just ChatGPT, AI cannot be an author on a paper, should not be an author and cannot be. And then they put forth the reason. Now, all of us who are aware of the authorship requirement, there are 4 conditions. Till 2013, we had only 3. The 4th one was added, that is accountability, very briefly put. That means if there is something or some questions are asked or some kind of any kind of queries arise, we are supposed to be transparent. We are also supposed to aid in the process of investigation and all. They say that this 4th clause AI cannot meet. The first 3 can be met. First 3 being right from conception to design to analysis, acquisition, all that, the first draft, revision, review of and then approval of the final draft, all that can be met. The 4th one, that is accountability, cannot be met by AI. And that is why they said they cannot have AI as author. So please keep this in mind. Okay, this is the guideline. However, as I said, some journals have allowed it. Further, I want to tell you that this ICMJ says, if we use, it's not that, see, you can use it. They said that don't name it as author. You can use it, but if you use it, provided if I use, what I need to do is, I need to say what did I use it for, so I should declare. If I am using it and then, so methodology if required, so put that there and say what purpose it was used for, and then also include a declaration saying that in spite of using AI or whatever, that I have used it for this purpose, however, I certify, I vouch for the authenticity, originality, there is no plagiarism, including not just in the text, but if I have generated any image, because there are AI image generating softwares also, or apps also. So everything is plagiarism free and I vouch for it. Why? Because AI obviously can't vouch for it. So ultimately, it's the human who is using it is responsible. And I think that's fair enough, because what they've done is the onus finally rests on us, because I am using, so see, I cannot be a slave in the hands of technology, it should be the other way. So let me harness the technology, however, I have to take the responsibility. I cannot just pass on the buck to the AI and say that no, it gave me and so what? And in the lighter vein, let me quote, now, okay, not to boast, but somehow after long years again I have become a student. So I am pursuing an online MBA. It was a result of something that our university was doing for capacity building, and I just got interested. So in April I enrolled, March end and April. So I finished my first sem exam. That was another interesting experience because it's a fully online. Okay, so it was a proctored exam, and that means I can't open any other window, and it checks a lot of things. So when you start, everything else freezes, everything, background applications are suspended, so all that, and then I needed to type. There are 10 MCQs, there are 4 short notes, and then there are 3 long questions. Only consolation is that 4 short notes out of 6 I have to choose, and 3 long answers out of 4 I have to. So 4 are there, 3 I have to answer, but I have to type. Okay, so this was interesting. So in that, before that they had given some assignments, because assignment is also marked, and that is 30 out of 100 that is coming from there. Okay, so somebody used ChatGPT apparently for those assignments, and what did they do? So they put up, so in one of the subjects, if I think it was statistics for business, it asked in a, it was a problem where they had to create a table and some kind of a particular profit and loss statement or something. So that was the question. So you must have pasted it in. So the response which came, so it says, as a predominantly text-based AI, I am not in a position to generate a table. However, the steps are listed below, and and this man or whoever has copy pasted exactly. So the so the exam preparatory session, they said, see, so even if you don't know, the moment you read the first sentence, you know that this is, so see, this is what I'm saying. So ultimately it is, see, if I am using that thing, or if I use those steps and created, at least I could have done that. But instead of this, what this man did, and they said this actually happened. So that's what I'm saying. So ultimately it's not technology who's using. And again, used to say, nakal mein bhi akal chahiye hoti. So here also, if I'm using technology, I have to use my brain. I cannot just rely, because AI gave me, and it said, pehle haath khada kar diya, like, as a this thing text based, I cannot give you the, maybe I'm not the appropriate, maybe there is another engine which may generate a table also, but what this man has done is copy pasted. So, see, these kind of traps are there. So yes, so as I said, we need to, if I'm using it for anything, I need to declare, especially when it's publication, and then I need to say what I have used it for, and I vouch for the veracity and all that. So that, now this is the some of you have used it, I think. If not, this is basically the URL. Very simple. You can again log in first time if you're doing, sign in, or if not, if you have a Gmail account, you can even use that Gmail account and link it. I've done that. Okay. So I'm just showing you some things that I used it for. Okay. I'll enlarge this. And so I had to design a module. Okay. And I wanted to design it for ethics for optometry students. I said, okay, so I tried putting in something, but then I said, okay, let me see. Now, what is important is you should give a little background, and then, so you just ask a question and you modify and ask, you will see there's a difference. Of course, you can ask the same question and then keep regenerating response 2, 3, 4 times. So it varies a little sometimes, or sometimes it's the same thing in a different way. But, so I did that, and it gave me a beautiful module. I wanted 16 hours, but what I did is I took that framework and then I modified it. So, and I built in, it didn't give me assessment and all, but I added assessment, I added references, all that I did, okay, and I added a little preface, and then some of them, it gave me actually 16 hours, it actually gave me 22 hours or something. I don't know how, 2 hours. So I changed and I took out some, and then I said, okay, this will be 1.5 hours, 1 hour. But see what happened. Instead of me sitting for 2, 4, 5 hours, I could do it in 10 minutes. And then I needed to spend another maybe 20 minutes or half an hour. So within 40 minutes or 45 minutes, my thing is done. Instead of me spending 5 hours or maybe 1 day, racking my brains, struggling, this was easy. So what I'm trying to say is, see, use it, but take idea from that and use your mind as well. One more thing is, if you are using it, think of, are you competent enough to figure out when the response comes, is it right or not? Now, if it is beyond my domain, beyond my expertise, I will not know whether it's right or not. So what will happen? I may pass it on like that, and there may be mistakes. If I have the expertise to know that whether the response which comes is valid or not, then I should go ahead. If I feel that no, I cannot verify whether the response may be in line with what I have asked, and if I am not competent enough, then I should be using it with caution. Or I should see to it that after getting the response, I don't pass it on just like that. I make sure, or I take a second opinion or whatever, or I compare it with a standard reference text and then go ahead. Okay, so that's important. Now this is another thing. Now, how many of us struggle, CBME we say, and we want to do a PBL or a CBL. I have not tried PBL, but I have tried, this case, you see, generated by ChatGPT. Okay, little fine tuned, but see, this is, so what I did was, I said, okay, I want a particular case study related to this, and I want it in the Indian context, because before that when I gave, it gives me some, so here when I said Indian context, you see rural area in India very clearly comes in. So this was created by ChatGPT. Now if I were to sit and do it, I will take some time, I will struggle, I will think, but not even a minute. If I give a prompt, within few seconds I get the response. Again, I have to look at it, read it, and then, so see, this is nice. Now further I tried one more thing. So it gave me only this. Now if I want answers for this, again I can individually paste or something, or I can paste this, and I said consider this following scenario, and then you say please answer the questions below. So you add, and then remove the discussion question, say please answer the questions below, and then it gives you answers also, or guidance to answers. So it will give you some theory. So see what happens. Now I'm also prepared to take this session because I've got some idea and I've got the context. I have some reading material already with me. So again, we can use this ChatGPT in such a way where I can create a document for myself for a particular class like this, where I want to facilitate this session with this case study where I'm giving it to people and then they want to discuss or they want to come out with answers. So I need to have some background. I know my basics of ethics, but then if I want tailor-made kind of thing, and it gives me a different picture, so then I will be also able to, like, from that I get ideas, oh, this is also I can think of. So this is another example I wanted to share. Recently we did a workshop for another institute in Father Muller's, Bangalore, month of August. So my colleague Dr. Sharda and myself, both are famous fellows, we've done ACME, so many things. We were struggling because 2 days before the workshop they said, give us pre and post test questions. So one fine day, the last date was to submit. Dr. Sharda and I were sitting together. We spent 2.5 hours and we came up with 4 questions, but we were not happy with the questions. Okay, we put up, we said, because they wanted 4 questions. Then I said, okay, let's do one thing. When she left, then after some time I was busy with some. So during lunchtime I said, hey, suddenly I remembered my good friend ChatGPT. I said, let me try. Anyway, we have 4. I put up and I put 2-3 times different. See, these are the questions given to me. And when I sent it to Sharda ma'am on WhatsApp, she's like, these are difficult questions. We didn't think of these. So see, and of course, some of them I got 5 and 6 options. I deleted some and then, I made it because we wanted only 4 options. But it gave me with those options, 6 options, E and F. Some of them up to E, some of them, I don't know what was the criteria, why it gave me 5 or 6. But see, what I'm again saying is, it made my job easy. I used this and then again I saw, and then I also saw to it that, I looked at the material and I also looked at my slides, what I was making, and I made sure that this is covered there. But see, you can do that. So what I'm saying is, again, intelligently used, I can use this for multiple things. Whether I want a case study generation, I want a question for pre-test, post-test, I want to generate an MCQ, I can do it. It's possible. Okay. So that's what, as I said, if I'm capable, if I think that I'm confident, then yes. If I don't, then I better use it with caution or I don't use it. If I'm not sure, then I take it to say, if you're my colleague or I know that you have some idea, I said, hey, I think this is okay, but what do you think? You check. So do that. Because what happens is, then I know that, my expert colleagues have also verified it. But if I'm not sure, then better to not use it. Because then it may have a goof up. I'm not saying necessarily it will have, but there's a possibility. Because I have also seen, I've not shown those examples, but sometimes when you put up, and it gives you totally unconnected thing. Totally unconnected thing. And if I have an idea, then I'll say, oh, what is it? And I said regenerate it, and it still gives me in some different direction. And once it happened, the two responses generated were totally diametrically opposite. For the same thing, I didn't take another prompt. So that also happens. So ChatGPT is a good tool, but I think it's still evolving as well. But it's a very good tool, and I think some of the people were telling me during earlier or break time that some of them have used. I think, I don't know, Doctor, yeah, you have used, and Doctor has used even the presentation, that's what he was saying. So I'll come to that. Yes, can we have the mic, please?
Recently, I had some knowledge about ChatGPT, but recently one student came up to me. He was well versed with the ChatGPT, and for his presentation or something, he asked me, sir, can we use ChatGPT in this? So I said, see, I am aware what ChatGPT is, but how to use and all, I don't know. Then he only showed me. Then for my presentation, he is telling, sir, you can take this sentences. Don't take the whole thing, but you can use this sentence. And as old-fashioned, I told, what is the reference? Because I have to give reference. I have to give reference of my every line or every sentence what I say. So what is the reference? So he said, sir, that is the problem. We don't have references. So I said, okay, fine. I will use the line, but I have to take the response, like you said, we have to take the responsibility of what I am adding into my presentation also.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. That's a very important point. Even my experience has been in the last 6 months, I've sparingly used, but I've used it for multiple things. I showed you some glimpses, but it never gives you a reference. Okay, that's one issue with ChatGPT as of now. So be careful if you're using it for some scientific purpose or you need a reference, then, or otherwise you'll have to do an extra effort to find a reference for that context or something. So that is one thing, thank you for bringing that up, because ChatGPT doesn't give us a reference. It will give a beautiful write-up, whatever, but it does not give me a reference. Okay, so please be aware of this. This is a limitation, but otherwise, as you see that, will it give? Does it give? I don't know.
No, sir.
No, it doesn't. But I don't think, I've not seen.
The lines which we have given from the article will be again published, but it will not give the reference, sir. It may be given in 4.0.
It does? Okay.
Sir, but there are two versions, sir. In 3.5, it is a free version, which is I am using, but in 4.0.
Maybe they've improved. They've improved. But again, we'll have to see to it, and then, so be careful about that. The other thing is, I've also seen one more important thing is, see, when we use it, we have to also know the context and put the keywords correctly. Because if I don't do that, the response is not what I am looking for. So I have to also learn how to put in those keywords. And in fact, I wanted you to think of probably, something in your area and try it out in each table. Can we think of a common theme, or maybe, we can think of something which, and then we can search, because I want you to try it out and see, and just tell me what is the keyword, and we'll see how we can modify it and then see how is the response changing, because that will be a good thing to do and see. Okay, so can we take something, can somebody suggest a, something which, anything, any theme or anything that we can try it out, ChatGPT? Anything? Anything that you want to know, or maybe if you have a session coming up, or if you want a case-based learning or something, why don't we ask it, and let's see. Okay. So create MCQs on malaria.
Answers also.
Very good.
Difficulty level, then it gets it.
So see, ma'am, you put it in, see, you put that that MCQs for malaria. Now, if you make it more specific, and you say, I want MCQs for a second year MBBS student in India on maybe say diagnostics related to malaria.
So specifically.
So try that, and you see that how it changes.
Okay, sir.
So that's what. So what I'm saying is, see, we need to start putting the keywords and then again rethink, and then, so if you put that, automatically the response and the levels will change. And then you say that, okay, I want a mix of questions, at different levels, or you can say that, I want not just recall, but I want at application level. And in the Bloom's taxonomy, you specify that, and it may give you. So the way we put in, and sometimes you might have to give the context. So you might say, like, again, if I want to rephrase, so I say, okay, I am trying to, or I am creating an assessment for second year MBBS student in India. I am looking at some questions to assess their knowledge regarding malaria. Please generate some questions. I don't know, I usually write like that, please generate or whatever, because people may say that it's a machine, but I do that. So generate questions for me, and at this level or whatever, and you see, because that context is important, it gives you. I don't do that and I just ask, the response is different. So, we'll have to, when we practice it, you will realize that how it changes response, because we have given them some background that, okay, this is for a second year MBBS student and assessment regarding this. Again, you can say, in microbiology, or in, as I said, diagnostics related to malaria, or any specific aspect. I can say that, preventive measures for malaria if I'm looking at, so then it will give me. So this is how it varies. So it's a very interesting thing, and again, please take it with a pinch of salt, because don't take everything it gives you. You'll have to look at and then verify as well. Don't just reproduce it verbatim, because sometimes there may be mistakes there. Copyright and patented, it won't disclose. True, true. Another thing, so taking that extended forward, he said that you don't have to, you can ask for a simpler version of something. I have tried one more thing. A particular segment of what it has given me, I copy paste and I say simplify this or rephrase this.
Yeah,
okay?
rephrasing can be
or
done.
Paraphrase this, and then below. It changes.
Yes, yes.
I'm showing you Quillbot next. Okay, so even ChatGPT, in fact I found ChatGPT better than Quillbot in this. I don't know, I felt that. Maybe, but I have limited experience with Quillbot. Exactly, that's what my experience is. Though Quillbot is supposed to do that, but I don't find that Quillbot is that good. I found that ChatGPT does a better job. Yeah, no, but try it. See, when we try it, we also learn. So that's the idea. Okay, so Quillbot sir talked about. So Quillbot is another tool. You can actually paste things and it will give you. So I have tried this. See, I put up something from one of my student projects. It gave me, so it gave me, and it gave in a different written form and everything. See, so it gives me, and with the reference also put up there again where it was. Okay, so it does that. So again, Quillbot is another tool which we can use. There are multiple of them. I haven't tried out slide one this thing, but I have looked at one. I will show you that. And this is one Instagram post I had come across. So they have talked about so many of these tools, okay, researchers. So Toggle, Rightful, Zotero, Forest, Citation Gecko, Research Rabbit, Xmind, Audemic. Now Audemic is, if I am lazy, it will read out the papers for me. Okay, so I can listen like what audiobooks are. Okay, Loom, Trello, then you have SciRev. Now SciRev I'll show you. Okay, limited this thing, but probably in future it will build up. Then protocols, Transpose, Citaz. Citaz is, sometimes we are confused how to cite that citation, correct citation. Citaz gives me that. Okay, so these are some. SciRev is supposed to give me what journals I can target my paper to and what are the relative times for, So if you see, it gives me this. Now again, it is based something like, what Google does. So when I Google map and this thing, so distance and then the time required. So it basically aggregated data. So something like that as of now. So what happens is, see, I get an idea, and then I also see what is the total handling time, rejection time. So I get an idea, but again, it's a limited database in my limited knowledge what I have used. Okay. So, but this is again a tool. So we can look at some of these things as well. Now this is another thing. I have not used the one sir said that, I think, what was the slide this thing, sir, what did you say, slide?
Slides go, sir. Slides go.
Slide?
Slides go.
Slides go.
Slides go, slides in.
Slides go. But I looked at this.
Stand steps also same, sir, similar.
Send steps. So this also they say that, it can create. I tried and actually did. So what you need to do is again register, or you can use your Google account. And once you do that, then you can actually, so again, free version has limitations. It has a paid version also. So you put, so I said, okay, how to teach learners about using AI to prepare PPT slides. Okay. And then it will ask you, there are options. So you see English, German, Spanish, whichever language you want. So there are so many. So, and then it will ask you the tone of voice. So it is neutral, it is casual, it is persuasive, intellectual. Persuasive is like, see, if I want to do a sales pitch. So I want to, or if I want to like make a point and I persuade everybody or, motivate, so that. Then intellectual, higher level. So I chose intellectual. Then it generated, see, I had given a topic. It gave me options for the title. So I said, okay, I'll take this, Harnessing the Power of Artificial Intelligence, a guide to teaching learners PPT slide preparation. And then see, this gives me generate more. And if not, I can also have write my own title instead. So it has flexibility. Now see, my job becomes much easier, right? Then what type of, summarize is only about, 6 slides, they say 10-minute long, informative is 12 slides, detailed is 15. I tried detailed, it didn't give me because I had a free account. So I went back to summarize, and it generated actually. And it generated with some of the background and this and even some of the images. So it does that, we are generating your presentation, so it generates. I'm not showing you that. So then, it's ready, and then it says review. So you can review. If you want to edit some, you want to add, you can do that. So again, what has happened? It's like my personal assistant. Somebody is doing it for me without actually having a personal assistant, right? And I'm sure that, that SlidesGo also will be doing something
similar features. We can add videos,
exactly.
images as well.
There is a Plus AI, which I didn't find it too appealing. I found this better. This is Send Steps.
Send Steps.
Paid version is free and paid is there. See, free actually gives me this, 2 AI presentations and all that, and 325 is the per month is the starter version with VAT extra, and so then there are like other, and they have 725 also, so like that. So even 325, if you see, it's unlimited AI presentations. So if somebody really wants to use it, I felt that this is not as expensive as well, right? So that's why I thought I'll just share this and show you. So see, there are possibilities, and of course, there are others, and so we need to experiment. I have not looked at all of them, but there are possibilities now. And again, that disclaimer is always there. You have to review. You can't just depend on, oh, this has given me, I go and run the presentation. No, you have to actually then see, because ultimately the content is what you want and what I want to deliver, because it should not be, then I could have given this and then I said, okay, generate this for my workshop, and then I'll come in here and talk. I might goof up because it may not be the one things that I want. Anything else you want?
SlidesGo is free of cost, sir, like how JAT-3 3.5 is free. Similarly, SlidesGo is like they don't have any sort of subscription charges and all.
So that's, we can try that out. I have not looked at that, so that's another one which we can try it out. Now, so before I close, think what are your experiences, can you share some, and think of where are the possibilities that you can use it. So that's what I want you to do. Yes? One thing, pardon me? Send Steps. So Send Steps, first you register. Then once you do that, you will, you go to that and you say what topic you want. So put the topic, okay? You say malaria in whatever. So, and then diagnostics of malaria for a, MBBS class. And then it will ask you next which language, and then it will ask you, so then what and how many slides or whatever. So you do. And then you say, click finally, so it will say generating, and then within 1-2 minutes or 2.5 minutes it will generate, and it will give you, and it will say review slides. It's as simple as that. So all these don't take more than 5 minutes a max. Probably we will take 5 minutes to make 1 or 2 slides, but this makes it within Ziffy. So, I mean, that's why I said, see, technology is there. We'll have to harness this to our advantage, our benefit, and the way we want it. We cannot be a slave to technology, but technology has to work for us the way we want it to. So anyone else has some experience? We've heard that, we've heard some other experiences. Anyone wants to share, or have you tried, or anything that, or do you think there is a potential? Do you foresee that we can use? I've given you some examples that I have tried out, but I'm not saying, as I said earlier also, I'm not an expert. Only thing is some experiences I share, and thank you ma'am for giving me this opportunity. I thought these are some basic things, and since we are all almost in the same boat, so medical educators, so let's share experiences and try it out so that we also ourselves experience. And I feel that experience is the best trainer. Nobody else can train us as much as we can initiate, we can sensitize, but after we do something ourselves, the experiential learning is the best learning, right? So if there's nothing else, I think we can close. So what I've done is I've tried to show you a few things. Simple things like even the Google Forms, the good old forms, Microsoft Forms. We've looked at quizzes. We've of course looked at Menti and other things. We've also looked at how we can use platforms like Microsoft Teams. We can put a folder, we can have assignments, all those things. Then we've also looked at some of the AI tools. We've also looked at the caution and the ethical issues it may create, and how we have to look at, harnessing this to our advantage rather than just surrendering to it. So this is what we've tried to look at. Okay. So with that, I think I am kind of done with what I had to share, and I am hoping that I've kept you all happy, because many of you wanted to close early, so I've tried to do that. I'll be happy if you have anything and I can connect. These are my details. I'm available on social media, as well as my email and phone number is there. So thank you so much. Thank you once again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Animesh. Another big round of applause, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Before I close, I want to just do one more thing. We, that is Department of Community Medicine at Kasturba Medical College, Mangalore, are hosting. That's in February 2024. 6th and 7th, we have a very ambitious pre-conference program. We also have one workshop which Dr. Ram Narayan, Dr. Anand and myself are facilitating on assessment in CDME. It's a full day workshop. Other than that, we have 25 other workshops. So 2 days of pre-conference program. Conference is 8th, 9th, 10th of February. You're most welcome to Mangalore. You don't have to be only community medicine professional. Vasudev Kutam come. So we want everybody to come. All of you are welcome. So please come and we will be happy to host you. Thank you. Thank you. That's what I am wearing, this badge. So we started registrations in February when this conference happened in Hyderabad this year. And we've already got more than 600 registrations. We closed our early bird just September 30th. So we are expecting about 1,500. So let's see. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, once again. Now I request Dr. Ramarao, sir.
Just a minute. When we actually thought something about artificial intelligence as a workshop, you were wondering what you would do in that. But then I will tell you, this is the right spice, and we really, it generated lots of interest in all of us. And actually, I am feeling now, let me try tomorrow itself, or maybe today itself. It's so interesting, it's very, very interesting. Really, we could do so many things. Only thing is, we have to start somewhere. So it's very interesting. So do you all agree that enough spice we had today, both morning and in the afternoon? And I really feel grateful to you. Thank you so much for really choosing this and motivating us a lot. But at the end of the day, what is more important is, it's finally our discretion. It's more than anything, right? So that is very, very important. So thank you so much. And we have done the right thing to choose the right topic and the right people for the conference. So it's really motivating. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am.
So now I request Dr. Ramarao Garu and Dr. Principal Ma'am to Dr. Lakshmi Lalita Ma'am to please come and honor Dr. Animesh.
Ma'am and myself, we were APME batchmates.
Yeah.
Yes. So,
Same table.
Yes. And sir also. Yes.
Different table.
We were colleagues. So that's what. So we were like, APME batchmates, and I'm meeting her after so many years again.
Yeah, but even that time he made me really ask her, how come he is speaking so much about everything? So your thorough knowledge here.
He is grown.
Yeah. That time itself he has done FIMER and all. Everything was new to us that time.
Last they were all FIMER.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Especially South India. Yes. One second. Can't miss this.
Yes, sir.
Get ready.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sure. Yes.
request Dr. Nagendra Naidu sir also to please come so that we can give the certificates to the participants. Workshop certificates are given today. We are giving only the certificates for workshop. Conference certificates will be given on the second day of the conference.
End of the conference.
And one more thing we have tried to do for lack of time is we are going to call the group members to come here so that all of them can take the certificates together. Opakani pilvalante 72 certificates unnayandi. So group lo pitch chesi certificates chestunnaru. Yeah.
No AI to do that.
I'd like to call Dr. Chalam sir group. I'm calling one person in the group. Dr. Ramakrishna Pedada, Dr. Aravind, Dr. Ravi Venkatachalam sir, Dr. Subhash and Dr. Gautam.
Yes, Gautam. Please come. Sir, Randy. Salam sir. Please come. మీ అందరూ వచ్చేయండి.
మీరు అందరూ వచ్చేస్తే సార్ వాళ్ళందరికీ సర్టిఫికేట్స్ ఫోటో తీసేసుకుంటే Yeah, they can roll and we can take it. Eat a chance, sir. Eat a chance.
సార్ ఎలా చూడండి సార్ ఎలా చూడాలి సార్ ఒకసారి మేడం ఎలా వన్ మోర్ సార్ రెడీ ఓకే
Next group, Dr. Manaswini Das, Dr. Devi Madhav Madam, Dr. Narasimha Rao and Dr. Harivar.
పిక్చర్ మనకి కట్టాడు ఉండదు సార్ కొంచెం దగ్గరగా ఉందా సార్ కొంచెం దగ్గరగా ఉంది ఇలా చూడండి సార్ సార్ ఎలా చూడండి ఓకే సార్
Dr. Pradeep Kumar Vegi, Dr. Ishwara, Dr. Metta Rajgopal, Dr. Venu Madhav, Dr. Malleshwara and Dr. Ravikumar.
సార్ కొంచెం ఓకే మేడం ఎలా చూడండి ఓకే మేడం
Dr. Sunil Kumar and Dr. Pavani.
ఫోటో జాబ్ లేక యాప్స్ వచ్చేసి ఫోటో తీసేది
Dr. Tatarao, Dr. Kalyan, Dr. Srikakulam and Dr.
దగ్గరగా ఉంది సార్ ఎలా చూడండి సార్ ఎలా చూడాలి?
ఎవరు డ్రా చేశారు? మీరా? నెవర్ నో దట్ యు సచ్ టాలెంట్. ఏం చేస్తారు నెక్స్ట్? అందరూ ఒకే ప్రశ్న
మేడం కొంచెం దగ్గర సార్, కొంచెం దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళాలి సార్. సార్ ఎలా చూడాలి? సార్ ఇటువైపు చూడండి. రండి సార్. ఉన్నాం
Dr. Lakshmikant ma'am, Dr. Rajeshwari. Madam, వాళ్ళ పేరు శాంతిని మానస అదే
అంటే కొంచెం అరేంజ్ అవ్వాలి కదా మేడం. సరే ఎలా చూడండి మేడం.
Dr. Srikant Reddy, Dr. Subbarao sir, Dr. Mohan Rao sir, Dr. Vincent Soren sir and Dr. Sabri.
ఈవినింగ్ అని ఒక ఆయన ఒక నెంబర్ చెప్తాను, ఒక 5 minutes. సార్ ఒకసారి ఎలా చూడండి సార్. సో అమ్మ రెడీ? ఓకే సార్.
Dr. Lalita, Dr. Sirisha, Dr. Pushpalata. Dr. Haribabu, Samir Achan sir. Dr. Hemant sir.
ఓకే సార్ ఎలా చూడండి? కొంచెం దగ్గరగా ఉండండి సార్, కొంచెం దగ్గరగా ఉండరా. ఎలా చూడాలి? రెడీ సార్, రెడీ. ఓకే సార్. మధ్యలో సార్ కొంచెం ఎలా చూడాలి సార్ వన్ మోర్ ఓకే సార్
So did everybody get receive certificates? Those speeches I'll give. Remaining all have received.
కొంచెం దగ్గరగా ఉండాలి సార్ రెడీ మేడం అదేం కాదు అయిపోయిందా అంతే
So thank you all for your participation, and we expect the same thing tomorrow also. Tomorrow the conference is going to start sharp at 9 a.m. Please be present at the auditorium. Venue is at the auditorium, 4th floor, hospital block. Okay?
One more thing is tomorrow again registration will be there for the conference, 8 o'clock again in the auditorium. Again breakfast is provided near the auditorium itself. 8 to 9 is breakfast and registration. 9 o'clock is the conference.
We have a banquet tomorrow evening. Get prepared, all of you. Don't say you're going away. Madhuri.